All right, so we are now live on YouTube. So good morning, everybody. My name is Ryan Nelson, and I'm the chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board and also Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel. Welcome to the April 9th.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Can everybody else hear me?
Okay. Let's look at our speaker here, maybe, huh?
All right, I'm going to mute you just because we are streaming this live. And so this is being streamed live both on YouTube and also on Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. So how the process will be working today is we're going to be following the order that's listed in the public meetings notice. And so we will be going one by one through that. So we'll start with Wilford Harrison, then Jerome Lund, then Dale Johnson, so on and so forth. And that will be our 8:30 to 10 a.m. hearing. And then we'll take a short break so the board for the board before we welcome in the next group. When it is your turn, you'll be having about 10 minutes or so with the board. During that time, the governor's office sent you some questions that we wanted to hear from you. So basically, in short, be able to share your story in your own words about why you committed the felony and what happened afterwards and why you believe you have earned a chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. Please keep your statement concise, about 5 minutes. At 5 minutes, I will cut you off so we can go over to questions, just because we do have a lot of folks here today, so we need to move efficiently through our agenda. After we meet today, after we hear from all of the applicants, the board is going to be meeting in closed session, and we will be voting on whether or not to recommend you to Governor Evers for a pardon. If a majority of the board members present do support granting or recommending you for a pardon, it will go to Governor Evers and he'll make a decision in his sole discretion on whether or not to grant you a pardon. If you do not receive majority support, or if you do and Governor Evers denies it, you'll receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board stating as such, and you'll have an opportunity to reapply for a pardon in 18 months. And I am hoping that usually we notify applicants within about a month after the date of the hearing. And so with that, I'm going to do a quick round of introductions so that everybody knows who we are. And so we have with us today on the pardon board, we have Judge Jeff Kremers. He's a retired judge with Milwaukee County Circuit Court. We have Cindy O'Donnell with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and formerly with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We have Myrna Warrington, who does vocational rehabilitation as a tribal council member. We have Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and a former state and county prosecutor. And we also have Nate Holton, who is the director of diversity for Milwaukee County Transit. And with that, I will call up our first applicant. So Wilford Harrison. Are you present, Wilford? Oh, is that you, Wilford? So if you want to unmute yourself, Wilford.
Okay.
All right, so Wilford, as you just heard me say, if you can just start, first 5 minutes here are yours in order to explain your story to us. So please proceed.
Okay. This is an old conviction, 40 years ago. And I was convicted of burglary. I think we were looking for something to sell, and we broke into a dorm room, and best thing ever happened to me, we got caught, and I went to jail for 30 days, and I was on probation for 2 years. Never been convicted of anything after that. I've worked. I've recently retired from Harley Davidson, and haven't been in any trouble since 1981. So that's about it in a nutshell.
All right, do members of the boards have questions for Mr. Harrison? Jeff?
Yeah, Mr. Harrison, good morning, sir. Can you tell me why you want a pardon?
Why? That's a pretty hard question, because I'm not looking for another job. I'm retired, so it's just an old conviction. That's about the only reason that I want it. I just want to clear conscience, I guess. That's about it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Harrison, you said in your application you wanted a handgun for self-protection. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, I just want, I want my, not that I want to run out and get a gun. I just want my rights back, if that makes sense. I've never had those rights. I mean, that conviction was in 1981. I think I was 21 years old. So I've never had those civil rights, the Second Amendment rights. But that doesn't mean I'm going to run out and get a gun. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for meeting with us, Mr. Harrison. So you can, feel free to log off after you're done here, and then you'll be hearing from us in the next few weeks in terms of the outcome of this proceeding. So thank you and have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next we'll be hearing from Jerome Lund.
Hello. First off, I'd like to start off by saying I want to thank every one of you for your time today. I know time is precious and valuable. My conviction happened on April 23rd, 1997. I made a series of bad decisions in my life. I decided to, first off, overdrink. I have to admit I was a very heavy alcoholic when I was younger. But not only did I decide to drink, but then I decided to drive. I had to be somewhere that I was already late for, and in my stupidity, I got into my vehicle and I raced off. And in the process of that, I ended up getting into an accident when I ran a red light. And I injured quite a few people. And that's where I got the injury by intoxicated use of a motor vehicle. I was facing 6 sentences at that time, where 2 were enforced, where I spent 5 years in prison and then 5 years on probation. And during my incarceration, I did attend AODA at DAC, and then I successfully completed that program. While I was in, I also attended AA as well. After serving my sentence, I went on parole and then probation for the state sentence of 5 years. Never touched another drop of drink after this accident. I attended AA, I attended outpatient AODA, and I have to say that I am proud to say that I have been sober since April 23rd, 1997. The fact that I had killed, or I shouldn't say that I had hurt people, was my wake-up call. And I could never imagine hurting another individual again. What I've done after this fact is that I've actually managed to go back to college. I've got my degree in Associates of Science for Sign Language Interpreting. I am currently running my own business, which has been a struggle. The felony puts up a barrier. I've actually experienced several barriers with like hospitals, schools, of course. Everybody does a background check. And when they see this particular felony, they say, we can't allow a felon into the facility. That limits my resources for employability. With denied a federal contract because of the felony. Also, I'm a father of 3 wonderful boys who are very active in sports. And I was approached to go to field trips for chaperoning. They run a background check. They won't allow me to go on a field trip with my children because of the felony. I was approached to be a coach. Got to do a background check. The felony prohibits me from being a coach for my kids. Like I said, they're very active. They're wonderful boys, and I want to be able to do what's right for my boys. And yes, I made really bad mistake that day. And it's affected me. I know it's affected the people who I've hurt. I know it has. And it still continues to affect me today with my own children. And so that's why I'm here today to ask for this pardon. So that way this can be gone and I can actually be going with my children to field trips, being able to be a coach for my kids, and then possibly getting more contracts and then expanding my business. So I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lund. Do members of the board have questions for Mr. Lund? Nate?
Yeah, Mr. Lund, can you talk about your upbringing and how that impacted the events that we're discussing today?
I can honestly tell you that my father was an alcoholic and he abused my mom. And then my mom turned to drugs to cope with the pain. So it was something that I saw as I was growing up. And unfortunately, I thought, maybe that was a kind of a normal behavior. Obviously not. It ruined my life, just like it ruined my parents got divorced. My mom left my dad, and she tried to raise us only to marry another alcoholic. So alcoholism and drugs were always in my life. So it just, it ruined that life. It ruined, it ruined a lot of things for me. So I'm glad that I had this wake up call. So then no longer does drugs and alcohol have control on my life.
Okay, thank you. And to that last point, can you talk about your sobriety and how you've been able to maintain that?
Honestly, it has been sheer will and God. The challenges come. Even, what are we talking, over 20 some years now? Not a drop, not anything. And yeah, people, hey, you want to go out and have a beer? No, because I know what the effects of alcohol can do. And I know for a fact that if I pick up another drink, I'll just be right back to where I was.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Barry?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Well, thank you for sharing your story with us, Mr. Lund. Have a good weekend and you'll hear from us shortly.
Thank you, sir.
All right, our next individual we'll be hearing from is Dale Johnson. Let's see. Dale, if you could just unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Dale Johnson. I'm from Glen Flora, Wisconsin. I am a convicted felon. 39 years ago, I did break into a trailer home along with a couple other people, something I'm not proud of. I did send an apology letter to the victims. And I am sorry for what I done. In that time, I worked 19 years at Jeld-Wen Windows. I did a lot of volunteer work I volunteered for the Jeld-Wen Fishing Tournament for 6 years. I also volunteered for the Kinship of Rusk County for 5 years until I broke my tibia, fibula, and my ankle all at the same time. So that ended my bowling career. I also volunteer to take veteran and great nephew of his and a friend, and I take them 4 times a year trout fishing. I also volunteer to cut another veteran's firewood. I've been doing that for 8 years, and I cut, split, and stack his firewood and put it into his house because he's an elderly person, and I just feel obligated that I need to help him when he's in time of need. Recently, I heard a little story about a gentleman that lost everything out of his boat that somebody had taken from him. And I felt obligated. I went out to the store and I bought 4 fish posts, 4 reels, and I gave it to him because I felt that I kind of felt his pain on, you know, what I had done when I was a kid. So I felt for him. So I went out and bought these fish posts for him.
All right, do members of the board have questions? Cindy?
Morning, Mr. Johnson. When you broke into the neighbor's trailer, how many other people were with you?
There was 2 other people.
And was one of them like 14 years old?
I don't recall if it was 14. I think he was a little older.
But a minor,
Yes, sir.
right?
And that is something, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
that is something that I'm very sorry that I did. I mean, it was 39 years ago.
Right.
I wish I could turn the tables around and turn the clocks back, but I can't.
So I have one more question. You were placed on probation in May of 1982, and then you absconded. You didn't cooperate with your probation, and you were later revoked. Why did you not cooperate with your probation?
I honestly don't remember that. I mean, I believe I had to sit 18 months in jail. I got 18 months probation. I'm sorry. Honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember a lot of my childhood. It did happen 39 years ago.
So you don't remember why you failed to report to your probation agent?
I don't remember that far back as far as exactly why I got revoked on my probation. I don't know what I did. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff?
You're welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, I have a question. This is Judge Kramer's. It says here that while you were awaiting trial, you were charged with a misdemeanor escape because apparently you ran from the police when they were trying to arrest you for illegal deer hunting. Do you remember that?
No, I remember escaping, but I don't remember what I escaped for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Mr. Johnson, in the reports, it says that in the burglary, there were some television and some other home appliances stolen. And it also mentions a wedding ring. Do you have any idea what the effect of stealing somebody's wedding ring would be?
No, I feel for, I'm sorry for what I did. I know, and I don't remember a lot of my childhood. I don't remember a lot of it. I've kind of blocked it out. I have a hard time remembering my anniversary. I've been married for 30 years. And I will say to the board that that was totally uncalled for what I did. And I truly am sorry for what I did. And I can't turn the tables back or turn the clock back and go back in there. Like I said, to the board, I am truly sorry for what I did. That ain't who I am today.
Any further questions for Mr. Johnson? Jeff?
Yeah, just an observation. One of the things, Mr. Johnson, you asked for, the reason is because you want to retain or regain your voting rights. You do have a right to vote, even though you have a felony conviction. So, so that is a right you already have. Thank you.
Yes, I was also hoping that someday I could go out west with my nephews. That was one of the reasons why I was asking the board today to get a pardon from the governor.
Well, thanks for meeting with us this morning, Mr. Johnson. As you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in the near future in terms of the outcome of today's hearing, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you to the board members for letting me be here today.
Thank you. All right, so next we'll hear from Thomas Fritz. So Thomas, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good.
Well, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It's been a long time. I was a 21-year-old man with youthful indiscretion. I decided to grow marijuana in my backyard, and I was subsequently arrested and charged with a felony, sentenced to 3 years probation, which I served 2, and 90 days in jail, which I only served 30 days. I wasn't going to go into this, but I'll give you a little history. I was divorced in 1980, and then I was working for the Milwaukee Railroad, and I hurt my back. So in 1981, there I was with a divorced man, convicted felon with a back injury. And it was just very difficult to find work, but I improvised. I used my my talent that I had. I sold insurance. I started my own business. I maintained a very steady as possible employment because I had child support to pay. I had 3 daughters. And long story short, I have gotten to the point where I had a goal to get to where I am, and I've been happily married now for 20, going on 25 years, and own my own home for 24. I've been a landlord for 12 years. I have 18 grandchildren, and we just have 1 new great-grandchild born recently. Again, this arrest was just probably one of the better things to happen to me as a fatherless child. I was raised by my grandmother. Mother was an alcoholic and abandoned me at 2 years of age. My grandma, thank God for her, she came into my life and gave me stability. She paid for my private education, and all those words of wisdom I remembered later in life. And anyway, I've gotten to the point where we're both retired now. We're very happily retired, and it would mean so much to me just to have this this connotation, felon. When I hear that, I kind of feel like I'm being associated with a murderer, and it really bothered my conscience a lot. And that's kind of what brought me to this point to want to get the pardon off of my record. So.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Fritz. Do members of the board have questions for him? Cindy?
It's an impressive bookcase behind you. It puts the rest of ours to shame, Mr. Fritz.
Well, I collect books. That's another thing I do. A friend of mine and I used to go out and we collect books together. So yeah, I say I learn. I'm learning all the things I didn't learn in high school. It's like,
Yeah, well, good for you. But it brings me. What do you're a educational assistant with the school district, or you're retired from that now?
no, I still do that. Yeah.
And what does that? What do you do?
Okay, I work with special education, a wide range, lower functioning to high school age, you know, and I really enjoy that. I enjoy working more in the classroom with some of the troubled teens because what my wisdom, you know, I can convey what I've gone through in my life. And I just tell them, look, if I can do it, you can do it. And, you know, and I empathize with them and I really enjoy it. I don't do it for the money.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Fritz? Well, thanks for meeting with us today, Mr. Fritz. Like you heard me say before, we'll be in touch in terms of the outcome of today's proceeding, but have a good weekend.
And thank you all so much for this opportunity. You all have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, next we will go to Todd Erdman. If you wouldn't mind.
Well, we're having troubles here. Hang on, you move closer, please. Oh.
All right, Todd, can you hear us?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yep, we can.
But we lost, somehow we lost video just now.
Well, we can still see you. So, if you could, now's your opportunity to share your story with us. So you have about 5 minutes to explain what happened, how you ended up with a felony conviction, and what has happened since then.
I'm Todd Erdman. I'm a recovering alcoholic. All my life I enjoyed alcohol because it gave me a sense of feeling better than I was. Started a teenager, thinking for my dad to move up. When I got married, I tried AA, but I just had that last. I could not shake that anxiety complete. It caused a lot of problems in my marriage. After my but anyway, after I spent time in jail, my dad wanted to take me to a homeless shelter because my wife did not want nothing to do with me. He had to run into a gas station to go bathroom. I did not want to go to a homeless shelter. I just wanted to run. I asked Dad, we used the keys in so I can listen to sports. I knew that he would, and I would take off, so I did go on purpose. I know I hurt my dad so much, but in the meantime, I was sober. I made my amends to him. I still did not make my amends to my ex-wife. She had nothing to do with me. But basically, I've been sober now for the last 14 years. excuse me, I'm very nervous because this is all brand new to me, especially on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Urban. Do members of the board have questions? Jerry?
Yeah. Ms. Sherman, have you been in AA for 14 years?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have my AA sponsor here in the background. He's been a really, really big support. He has taught me so much and gave me through so much. I also have a very loving aunt and very loving cousins.
Thank you. And thanks to your AA sponsor too.
Do any other members of the board have questions? All right, well, thanks for meeting with us today, Mr. Urban. As I've said before, you'll hear from us in the near future, but have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on our agenda, we are going to be hearing from Hunter Scott.
I'm Hunter Scott. Thank you guys for taking the time for this. So back in 1996, when I was 18 years old, went to go buy some marijuana with some acquaintances at the time. They decided to take the marijuana from the guy that was selling it. I gave them a ride. I was the getaway driver. You know, it was something that I regret till this day. You know, it was wrong. So my probation and parole went fairly well. I did fail a drug test at the beginning of it. Went through treatment, outpatient treatment. My parole or probation officer sent me there, which I completed and, you know, had no other issues as of that. Since completing my sentence and being an adult, I bought a house when I was 26 years old. I raised 4 children, including my stepson, which all children are now over the age of 18 and all graduated from high school as well. I have 1 grandchild. I have another one on the way. I completed an apprenticeship program, a 2.5-year apprenticeship program as well at work. Very active in my union, do a lot of mentoring and stuff like that. I've been at the same employer for 15 plus years. I'm currently enrolled in college, getting my associate's degree in business management with a focus on labor studies, so I can help more people, you know, with workplace issues and stuff like that. I also volunteer on an apprenticeship advisory committee through WRTP, which I've been doing for a while. I've been invited to speak countless times in front of different people, which has been, you know, kind of one of the things that I enjoy doing, is helping other people, you know, bring themselves up. Brief statement of why I think I should receive a pardon. I spent most of my adult life as a felon. It actually has been one of the best learning experiences. I obviously realized that, you know, you can't do harm to people, stuff like that. Every day I wake up, try to better myself, better the people around me. If I get a pardon, I will continue to do that, and I will continue to help people and bring them up and make them better, you know, members of society as well.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Do members of the board have questions for him? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Scott. This happened in 1999, and then it looks like in July of 2000, you were fined for a misdemeanor disorderly conduct. You were fined close to $400. What were the circumstances around that?
I got in an argument with my ex-wife. She wasn't my wife at the time. I happened to yell at her, and neighbors called the cops, and there was no violence or anything. I didn't serve any jail time. And actually, it was in 97 when I got convicted.
97. Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah, that was, yeah.
Jeff?
Good morning, sir. So just so I understand the way this crime occurred, the one you're asking the pardon for, you went and talked to someone that you used to work with and said you wanted some marijuana and agreed to meet in the parking lot during his break or something to get the marijuana. And then the people you were with robbed him?
Yes, that's what happened. I mean, I knew about it. I'm not going to say I didn't know about it. I'll be honest. I mean,
You knew they were going to rob him?
yeah,
Okay. So you were setting this guy up.
yes.
Your part was to go get him to come out with
Yep.
the marijuana, hopefully, and, okay. All right, I just
Yep.
wanted to make sure I understood the sequence.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Scott? Oh, thanks for meeting with us and sharing your story with us. Like I said, you'll hear from us in the near future in terms of the outcome of this board's decision, but hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you guys very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, next we have on our agenda is Tammy Wade, who looks like is dialed in by phone. So Tammy, if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself.
Hi, my name is Ted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Tammy Wade. My conviction was misappropriate ID, which is like, I guess they categorize it as fraud. My reasoning for committing this crime was basically to get fast money, more money at the time. It was just myself and my 3 children I was taking care of, and just basically being around the wrong people during that time. Just hanging with the wrong crowd. The reason I am looking to receive a pardon is because it has hindered me from, my conviction and felony has hindered me from doing a lot of things that I had set as goals. I have always wanted to be a registered nurse. A lot of places will not even accept me as a student to even get that degree. And then if I was to receive it, it would be certain places that I would not be able to work at. I have grown a lot. All my children are adults now. I even have 3 grandchildren. During the time of my children growing up, I was never allowed to volunteer at their schools. As the gentleman ahead of me said, going on field trips and all of those things were taken away from me. I have went to school and obtained certifications. I've worked in childcare. I have childcare certificates. I've medical assisting. I'm a certified nursing assistant. I do home health care, like all things that I enjoy doing because I like to help people. And that's, I guess, about it. I believe my sentencing went well. I did everything that I was told to do. So that's about it in a nutshell.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Wade. Do members of the board have questions? Jeff?
Good morning, Ms. Wade. Ms. Wade, you were ordered to pay $735 and change in restitution. Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And how long did it take you to make the restitution or pay the restitution?
It only took me, it was within the year that I had that taken care of. Because I still also had children. I had a household that I needed to take care of. So I didn't have that kind of money basically to just pay out at once.
And it looks like you're also convicted of some other fraud-related crimes in Washington County, misdemeanor. Did you have to pay restitution on those?
Yes, I did. And everything was around, those are all convictions around the same time. Like it was, I haven't been in any trouble in at least 17, 18 years now. And I've just matured.
Yeah, I see that they were all at the same time. I just wanted to make sure that restitution on all of your cases was paid.
Yes, everything was taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Nate?
Hi, Ms. Wade.
Hi.
It looks like there were some run-ins with law enforcement in 2007, 2009 that didn't lead to charges, or that the charges were dismissed. Can you talk about some of those things?
2007, 2009. I'm really not sure what those were. Probably, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was my boyfriend at the time. We got into it in Wisconsin Dells, and the police were called. That's what I believe that time was. But that it was not a case that I was not convicted for anything. I just was arrested.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry?
Ms. Wade, your application talks about an experience you had when your family was robbed. Can you talk about that?
I was shot in behind my house. It was Christmas Eve. We were pulling into, we always spend Christmas Eve at my mother-in-law's house, exchanging gifts or whatever at midnight. The time we were actually coming home to load up our gifts, and when we drove into our back driveway, there were guys out, and one of them shot me in my shoulder. Which would have, if my husband wouldn't have grabbed me and pulled me down, I would have gotten shot in the neck. That's how close it was. We don't know exactly what they were going to do, but that's the only thing that the detective said, that it was more than likely a robbery, either for my car or whatever it is, whatever they were looking for. I'm not sure. So, yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, thank you. I am too. Yeah, it was very scary.
Yeah. Any other questions for Ms. Wade? Well, Ms. Wade, thanks for meeting with us today. We'll be in touch in the near future about the outcome of this process, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you. You too. And thank you guys for taking this time to do this for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. And the last person we have for our first morning session is Christina Krausman. So Christina, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. And you've seen how we've done this, so please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you all very much for taking the time to meet with me. I apologize in advance. This is a pretty emotional thing for me, so I apologize to you. Sorry.
That's fine. Take your time.
So I know right from wrong. I always have. I am 100% responsible for the decisions that I made. It is nobody else's fault but mine. I was young. I was an adult, but I was young. I thought I found the man of my dreams, got involved with him, and trusted that everything we were doing was the right thing. I don't know that I became addicted to drugs. I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't know. But I began writing checks left and right and everywhere to anybody to get money to support a habit for both myself and a man that I married. I do not remember the series of events and everything that took place. I don't know why I don't remember, I just don't. I maintained a full-time job. I raised a child during this time. I went to jail. I remember Judge Bastinelli telling me that he should be sending me to jail for a very long time. I think he said 20 years. And if he ever seen me in his courtroom again, he was going to send me to prison and I'd never see my son again. I'm very sorry for writing the checks. I was on probation for 5 years. I paid all of my restitution back. I had felonies, 2 felonies for uttering and theft of movable property, which was for writing checks and taking money. And I had misdemeanors, and it was all for a short period of time of writing checks everywhere. I've paid all of the money back in the 5 years that I was on probation. I'm very sorry for being emotional. I apologize. I told myself I wasn't going to do this. In the meantime, said husband that I had married was in jail for domestic violence. It was a very unhealthy relationship that I was in. I had been pregnant. He had punched me in the stomach. My 3-year-old son had called the police. He went to jail. That is when I was arrested as well, because I had a warrant for writing the checks. He had went to jail, was prosecuted for disorderly conduct, and the baby had died and so forth. When he was getting out of jail, I had called his parents in Buffalo, New York, and he had just gotten out of the military is how I met him. And I begged them to let him come home. I begged him, I said, he can't come here. He cannot come back to my house. I am begging you. And they told me, Chrissy, we know the person you were when you met him, and we know who you are today. We are going to let him come back because of that. And I picked him up from the Racine jail with all of his stuff in a military bag, all of his clothes, and I dropped him off at the train station. It was one of the hardest things I had ever done in my life, but I knew that I had to do it because I knew that if he came out of jail, that was our lifestyle. That's what we did, and there was no way for me to get away from him. I put him on a bus. On a bus. I always told him, you just have to get clean. If you can get clean by yourself, we'll figure it out. I hadn't used drugs the whole time he was in jail. That was easy for me. I didn't use drugs unless he was there. He ended up dying in a head-on collision, and there was drugs in his system. That was very hard for me to process. I somewhat blame myself for that still because I sent him away. But I knew I had to do that for my own life, or I probably wouldn't be here. And then I just went on with my life. So since then, I mean, that was back in 2001, I think. I haven't used drugs since then. I don't want to. I did AODA when I was in jail, but I don't wake up and have a craving or think I want to, or so I don't think I had a habit. I don't know. I know that might sound weird. Again, I don't know, but I don't do drugs. I might have a drink of alcohol once a month or once every 5 months, just because that's not what I partake in. I do everything with my kids. My son will be 25 in October. He lives in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I live in Dubuque, Iowa. I helped put him through 3 different colleges. Very proud of my son, extremely proud of my oldest son. I have a 10-year-old daughter who's on a swim team. My son went to college on a partial football scholarship. My daughter's on the swim team, on a ski team. Her biological dad lives in Connecticut. I'm really proud of her. She's in 5th grade. I raised my stepson. He plays baseball, is on a ski team. I'm real active in their life. I've been married for going on 6 years, been together almost 9. I'm a mom. That's what I do. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I don't get in trouble. I messed up when I want to say a kid, but I wasn't a kid. I was an adult. I was stupid, and it was nobody else's fault but mine. Why do I want a pardon? I keep asking myself that because I just want forgiveness. I hurt people. I hurt my mom. I didn't have the best relationship with her growing up. My dad died as a drunk driver when I was little in the car with him. So my mom and I didn't have the best relationship, and I don't need a pardon to tell my mom. My mom knows that I'm sorry. But I feel like this is the chapter to close the forgiveness. I need some closure because I really am sorry for what I did. And I'm sorry. I know I'm crying the whole time. But jobs, I've had a hard time keeping a job. I'm smart, I am intelligent, I am very bright. I had huge goals and aspirations growing up. I mean, I was going to be a criminal justice attorney. I was going to go to school. I was going to be somebody. I was going to really be somebody. That's been really hard. I tried going to school for criminology, tried going for nursing. I was told, you need to change your career path. You have a felon. I'll get good jobs. And then when you get called to HR, I know what's coming. And I tell the truth. They don't matter. It doesn't matter how hard you work, how good you do. Rules are rules. I worked for a domestic violence crisis center as a accounting director, and the handbook said a director hasn't been committed of a felon within the past 10 years. I thought for sure I was golden. Nope, I lost that job. I've been very fortunate to have very good jobs. My career as an accountant has been very good, and I'm very thankful that God has watched over me for that. But man, it would be really nice to be able to take a deep breath and not have to worry about that, because I am good at what I do. I have good morals and ethics, and I'm a good person. I made a nasty mistake, and every day I pay dearly for it. I raise my kids that what you do today will affect you. My 2 little ones, they're too little to understand, but my 24-year-old, he was on a football team through college, and I'd always preach to him, Daniel, you get in a car, you're drinking, I'm telling you, you're going to pay a price for it. And that price is going to follow you through your entire life, and nobody's going to be able to change it. It's going to follow you. And if you end up in jail, don't call me. You're going to sit there. I believe in tough love, and he gets it. And Daniel understands, and he knows, what mom did, and that mom pays a price for it every day. And, so that's
Thanks,
my story.
Christina.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. So I think we'll turn it over to the board if they have questions for you. So any questions for Ms. Crossman? Cindy?
Good morning. Are you currently employed?
I am. So I used to work for a company, and I left that company because of some decisions that they were doing that I didn't feel was very ethical. And at the same time, though, I started doing corporate accounting for Lawn Doctor throughout the United States. So I do that, and I do it remotely, and I have a staff that works for me. And then I also I do nonprofit accounting as well for several organizations throughout the United States. And a lot of them work with large organizations throughout the country to support equality. So yes, I am. I work probably anywhere from 60 to 80 hours a week.
Good for you. And you were working remotely pre-pandemic, like that was?
Yes and no. So I would go to the office beforehand, but then I also I've always worked more than one job. So then I would come home, and between being a mom and a wife, I have my office that I sit in, and I would work in addition to. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry?
Christina, if you got a pardon, would it be a realistic goal for you to become a CPA?
I would very much love to become a CPA. I think that would definitely be it would definitely be a goal of mine that I would obtain. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you, Ms. Krausman, for meeting with us today. I know it's not easy to talk about these things in a public forum, let alone online, streaming online, but thank you for your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you very much for your guys' time, and you all have a great weekend.
Thanks. All right, so we are running a little bit ahead of schedule, but it does look like we have one applicant with us. Ma'am, I don't have your name. It just says iPad.
It's Valerie Gilbert.
Valerie, well, I think unless there's any objections from the board, I think we could probably jump ahead. Let me just see where. You said Valerie Williams?
Yes, I'm Valerie Williams.
Great. Well,
I'm married now.
Okay, good. We'll proceed with hearing from you, and that way you can get on with your day a little bit earlier, and hopefully we can finish up a little bit early. So Valerie, you've seen this multiple times now, so the next 5 minutes or so are yours to share your story with us, and then we'll have some questions for you.
Good morning. My name is Valerie Williams. I am now Valerie Gilbert. I've been married for 7 years now. I committed my crime in 1993. It was a domestic situation. I was sentenced to 6 years. I only served 2. I stayed committed in the community all while incarcerated. I worked at a nursing home. I'm a certified nursing assistant / psych tech. I'm a mother of 4. I have 16 grandkids and 1 great grand. I worked for the Social Development Commission for 11 years. I'm now employed with Milwaukee County Mental Health. I love giving back to my community. I was young, thought I was in love, and things just got out of hand. And one night, my whole life changed. I have managed to get a degree. I have a bachelor's degree in human service, bachelor's of science in human service. This pardon, for me, receiving my pardon would mean a lot to me. It will open up a lot of career doors for me, because due to the fact of me having this felony, I have not been able to attain the jobs that I want to do. I went for to do clinicals, to be a clinician, and due to this felony, I couldn't get the job. So, I mean, I've obtained really, really good jobs, because working for the Social Development Commission, I did family advocate, and I really enjoyed that. So some parts of this felony has hindered me, and some part it has not, because I've always been able to attain employability. Like I said, even through my incarceration, I worked in West Bend at a nursing home. I know now what I done wasn't right. I did have an opportunity to walk away, but the person that this happened to, he didn't allow me to walk away. And so things just got out of hand, and I didn't realize my life could take a turn in just one night. I had a plan, and the plan didn't go the way I thought it would go. So I'm just asking for a chance at a second time around in life. I have done a lot of things differently. I know the signs now, what to look for and what not to get myself into. This is my one and one only crime. I didn't even have a crime before this happened. And I just want a second chance at life and to get back to my community and do what I like doing, what I love doing. I enjoy working with people.
Do members of the board have questions for Ms. Gilbert? Judge Kremers?
Good morning, Ms. Gilbert. So can you tell
Good
me
morning.
how long had you known Mr. Patterson before the night of this?
Me and Mr. Patterson was in a relationship for 5 years, but I've known him prior to us getting into a relationship.
And in that 5 years that you were together in a relationship, had either one of you ever been charged with domestic violence before this night?
No, sir. Mr. Patterson had a background. He had just served 10 years.
For what?
I think it was attempted murder.
So that he was out of prison when you started your 5-year relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And you never called the police before this night to accuse him or?
No, sir. My
engage
mom
him?
called the police on him due to child abuse.
But not with respect to his treatment of you?
No.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Cindy?
Did you have any relationship with his family members, or how did they, did you have any contact with them after this crime, or?
No, his mother kind of despised me and she wished I was dead. I had a relationship with her prior to this incident, and I had talked to her on several occasions about his behavior and that he was abusing drugs, and she denied it all. So after the fact, no, I've not had contact with them.
I was, I struck by the reading the criminal complaint from that night that you, and I don't know if you've reviewed it recently, but you stabbed Mr. Patterson 13 times.
I stabbed him once. He had 12 lacerations.
So you struck him 13 times?
Yeah.
Knife.
Yeah. And if I could take this back, I really, truly, truly would. I mean, I lived with this for 28 years. Every day of my life, I think about this. I'm here. I want to be here to help people not take someone's life. It was just something that happened, and I didn't know it was that many times until I read the criminal complaint.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry?
How many, your mother called the police on a child abuse complaint? Were there kids in the house at the time of the incident?
Yes, I have 4 sons and they were all there.
They were there
upstairs. They was upstairs when it happened. And when I got them downstairs when the police got there, they brought them downstairs to release them to my mom.
And were those kids all from a prior relationship?
Yeah, I have no children with Mr. Patterson.
Okay. And how old was he at?
If I was 28 at the time, I think Richard should have been probably like early 30s.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Well, thanks for meeting with us, Ms. Gilbert. Like you've heard me say to the other applicants, we'll be making a decision today on whether to forward your application to Governor Evers, and you'll hear about the outcome of this process in the next few weeks. But
Thank you. And thank you guys, ma'am and sir, for your time. Really appreciate it. Bye.
All right, so we are running a little bit fast today, but that's good. So I think unless there's any objections, I think we'll just take a pause and come back here at 9:55 when so for 20 minutes, and then we'll bring in the next batch of applicants at that time. Does that sound good to everybody? All right, sounds good. So don't forget to mute yourself and turn off your video, and we'll be back at 9:55. Thanks.
Ryan, how's Aaron doing? And the new kid?
Good.
Good.
Not sleeping well, but good. All right, I think I'm gonna admit everybody. All right, well, welcome everybody. We're just gonna get started here in a few minutes. I'm just gonna go over a few housekeeping items and then we'll jump into things. So at the beginning here, if you wouldn't mind just making sure that you're muted. We are streaming this both on YouTube and also Wisconsin Eye, which is our state's version of C-SPAN for state government. So just be cognizant of that. And so we can maintain audio quality, please mute yourself. The other thing is, if you haven't done so already, just make sure that your name is displayed so we know who we're talking to. So it's not, you know, Bob's tablet listed or something like that. So to change your name, if you just, there's 3 little dots in the upper right hand of your picture, you can click on that and then you can click rename and you can put in your actual name. That would be helpful. And then the final thing is, well, I guess 2 other things. One, the process from here on out is I'm going to be calling you in the order that you're listed on the public meeting notice. And so we will be going in this morning session. We're going to be starting with Christopher Hart, then James Jacob, then Craig Wilson, then James Schwanigan, then Peter Zuzga, Donald Woolner, Valerie Williams, we already heard from. And so then it would be Alexander Jimenez. So that's the order that we'll be going in. When it is your time to speak, you'll have about 5 minutes or so to share your story with us. We want to hear from you in your own words about the circumstances leading to your felony conviction. In other words, we want to know how you got your felony and what your actual role was. We also want to hear about what happened afterwards in terms of both completing your sentence and since then, and why you believe you've earned a chance at receiving a pardon from Governor Evers. After we hear from everybody, this board will be meeting in closed session. And if you receive a majority support of the board members present, which would be receiving, since we have 6 people, you'll have to receive 4 votes in favor. If you do receive 4 or more votes, your application will be sent to Governor Evers for consideration, and then he'll make a final decision on whether to grant you a pardon. If you don't receive 4 votes, or if Governor Evers rejects your application after receiving support, you'll receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board, and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon in 18 months. And this entire process after today, you got through the longest waiting part. The next steps do move much more quickly than waiting to be before us. And you should be receiving a final determination one way or the other from us within the next few weeks. And so we're at 9:58, so I think we'll get started. And so, like I said at the beginning, we're going to be going in order that people are listed. So let me see. So Christopher Hart, you're our first individual. So if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, and then the next 5 minutes or so are yours, and then the board will have some questions for you. So Mr. Hart, please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My name is Christopher Hart. I'm 33 years old. I live in Panama City, Florida, after I moved from Wisconsin back in 2009. So my felony happened back in 2007. I was at a party and I got into an argument with somebody. We got into a fight and I punched him and I got arrested and I got a felony for battery due to bodily harm. I spent 85 days in county jail in Jefferson County, Wisconsin. I got out, completed my probation, moved to Florida to be closer to my daughter, who is now 14. And I've been a mitigation manager for Property Restoration Company for about 2 years, leading up to Hurricane Michael that happened in 2018. I got the job and I just kept moving up the ladder with the company that I work for now.
Great, thanks, Mr. Hart. Why do you want to receive a pardon?
I was just 18 years old, almost 19 years old. It happened. I was a kid. Everybody makes mistakes. I've been dealing with this for almost 20 years now, since I was 18. I'm 33 now. I'll be 34 in July. I just feel like the burden has been on me. I've done my time. I've done my sentences. I've never gotten in trouble after 2007. I mean, a couple speeding tickets here and there, but that's about it. And I just feel like it's I should be taken care of off my record so I can move on with my life in sense of not having that record due to my past.
Members of the board have questions? Jeff?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Hart. So what
Morning.
was this fight about? Why did you you hit him, looks like, according to the complaint anyway, you hit him a couple of times, chipped a tooth, and because, it wasn't just a battery because it was a felony, so it had to be more significant than just a battery. So what was this all about?
It was an argument or not really an argument. It was me and my girlfriend were actually dancing at a party, and he swung back and hit my girlfriend in the back of the head. I turned around. I said, "Hey, you hit my girlfriend. I know it was an accident, but you hit her." And he told me to F off, and he pushed me, or I pushed him. He swung at me, he missed, and I punched him twice in the face and knocked or chipped a tooth.
Because the complaint reads about like something happened out in the parking lot.
The complaint says me going out in the parking lot and following him into a car, me punching him. That's the complaint, but that's not what happened.
Oh, okay.
I know it's.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Hart? Jerry?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Nate?
Yeah, Mr. Hart, can you talk about how your conviction and how that's impacted your life has impacted your daughter and how you raise your daughter?
How I have a felony and it's affected my life.
Yeah, and just, does that impact how you raise your daughter in any way?
I mean, I try to raise my daughter as best I can, being a single father. I do have another son who's 4. So I try to raise them both the best I can to best of my ability to make sure they're getting up on school on time, eating. I mean, I work 40, 50, 60 hours a week. So I just try to do my best I can to raise them. Regarding your question, if it's stopped me anyway, I mean, there's been some hiccups back in when it first happened, yes, but now along the line, 10, 15, 16 years later, I've had a couple problems, but not too much to where it stops me from raising my children.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hart, can you talk a little bit about, according to the DOJ background check in 2008, appears like you weren't prosecuted for it, but you had an interaction with law enforcement for knowingly violating a domestic abuse order?
Yeah, I went to my daughter's mom's house at the time of it, and I tried getting my son or my daughter from her mom, and she would not let me have her. So I slammed the door on my way out, and the neighbor, she lived in an apartment complex, and the neighbors heard some yelling and arguing and called the police department, and I got arrested for domestic battery for slamming the door.
Any other questions for Mr. Hart? All right, well, thanks for meeting with us today, Mr. Hart. As I said before, you'll hear from us in the next few weeks about the outcome of this process, but hope you have a good day.
All right, thank you as well.
Thanks. All right, next up, we will be hearing from James Jacob.
Hello.
Hello. You saw how this works, so James, if you wouldn't mind proceeding to sharing your story with us.
Okay, well, my name is James Jacob. I'm 53, originally from Cambria, Wisconsin. I moved up to Crivets 8 years ago. And my felony started out as back in 97. I was working at a recycling or a scrap yard and money was tight. I was working for $4.25 an hour. So at lunchtime, I'd sneak a little copper out the back door, and every day I snuck a little out, then picked it up the next morning, then cashed it in that night. I got caught. It was a felony theft. It was a Class U felony. And then my enhancer was party to the crime, which is an unclassified felony. I completed my probation, no issues, no jail, no trouble. And from 86 till now, this is the only thing on my record. And ever since this felony came, I had to go self-employment just because I had several job opportunities, second interviews to get hired. As soon as I sign a background check, they tell me, well, you know, your job's been filled. I know it's because of my felony theft, but they won't say that. So I've been self-employed. And now with all this COVID going on, my business is really hitting the tank really bad. And I need to get this felony taken care of so I can apply for a normal job and make some real money instead of being self-employed. I would like you guys to take it in consideration to get it expunged because of my clean record from 86 until now. That would be really, really nice, not having a theft on my record so I can get a good job. Or if I somehow get it reduced to a misdemeanor theft, which is a little easier on getting a job. But like I said, this COVID, my business is tanking, and if it wasn't for my girlfriend making decent money, I'd probably be homeless. So I'm just trying to get this out of my hair so I can proceed and get a regular job so I have something to retire on when I hit retirement age. So that's about my story. I did my time. Like I said, no other trouble since then. I mean, spotless record. I work hard. I raise my kids. All four of my boys are all perfect. They all got jobs. My daughter, they have no criminal record, no juvie record. They all got jobs. They got their kids. They own their own house. So I raised my boys great. I said they're succeeding really, really well. And I just need a real job so I can continue my life. And like I said, to retire with something. And with this felony theft, there's nobody will even remotely give me a chance because they're afraid I'm going to steal again. So that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for, you know, just so I can get to better my life. So, yeah, that's about all I have to say.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Jacob. Do members of the board have questions for him? Jerry?
Mr. James, is your daughter still at home?
Yes, she is. She's still in school.
How old is she?
18. She'll graduate this year.
And do you live with her mother? And what's that relationship?
What was that, sir? You're breaking up.
Where's their mother?
Well, where's her mother? Hasn't been in the picture for 18 years. I got my daughter out of a foster home when she was 6 months old, and I've been raising her ever since.
Wow.
Her mom was in prison for a few years, and just hasn't been in her life for 18 years.
Wow.
So I've been a single dad. Well, when my girlfriend's helped her, I've been with her for 18 years, helped me raise my daughter too.
And what are your sons? I mean, who are their mother?
My ex-wife, she lives like a mile from my house.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yep.
Jeff, you had a question?
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Jacob. So
Morning.
about restitution, who's Howard Williams?
Oh, Howard Williams, that was when I was like 17. I did criminal damage. I tore up his hayfield with my car at 17.
Okay, so it looks like you paid I'm looking at the Department of Corrections records. It looks like you paid restitution to Smitty's Salvage and Supply, which is where you were stealing the copper from. But it also
Yes.
looks like there's unpaid restitution to this Howard Williams of over $4,000.
Well, I paid that up like long time ago.
You did.
It was paid up.
So as far as you're concerned, you've paid all the restitution, is that right?
Yeah, yeah. Or I would have never got off probation.
Those sound
The
like
restitution.
those sound like cranes in the background. Is that,
I got a bird rescue.
oh, okay.
I got doves cooing right now. I moved out of on the other side of my house because I got parrots and they were starting to get a little loud. So I didn't want no eruption or disruptions here.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
Yep.
it.
No problem, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Jacob? Well, James, thanks for meeting with us this morning. As you heard me say before, you'll be hearing about the outcome of this process in the next few weeks, but appreciate your time.
Okay, I got a question. What's the odds of the expungement? Is that a possibility for Mr. Evers or don't he do that?
Only a circuit court can do an expungement under certain circumstances. The governor has the power to issue a pardon. And so it would show up if he does grant a pardon, if somebody looked up your conviction on the state of Wisconsin's Circuit Court Access website, it'd show that as pardoned and you'd have certain civil liberties restored.
So if this gets approved, I just got to go to the branch court who sentenced me and just send them a letter saying I like it expunged and then they can go from there?
It's a little bit more complicated than that. Jeff, do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, Mr. Jacob, unfortunately, there is no process for expunging a felony in Wisconsin. So while the governor can pardon you, which is this process, there is no authority for a judge to expunge the record on a felony. The only thing that could happen, and this would be a very, very rare, but sometimes people have, with the assistance or the support of the district attorney, gone in and asked the case be reopened and dismissed. But that takes extraordinary circumstances. And in my 26 years on the bench, I think I only saw it happen once. So it's pretty hard to do.
Okay, so this pardon now, what's this basically doing? It's not taking it off my record. It's still on my record, correct, as a felony?
It'll still show up on your record, but it helps in terms of if you want to go on the governor's website, it lays out all this information. So if you go to Governor Evers' website and you look at the pardon page, it'll explain exactly what the pardon does.
Okay, well, thank you very much, sir.
All right, next we are hearing from Craig Wilson. So Craig, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself.
My son is doing that for me.
Great.
Good
Glad you have
morning.
tech support there.
Oh yeah, I need it. Good morning and thank you all for your time. If it's okay, I'd like to just read off my notes because I put them pretty concise in the 5 steps or the 5 numbers that want to hear. Okay. My conviction was for theft by Bailey. I sold insurance for Prudential from 1977 to 1982 when I opened my own independent agency. The liability crisis hit in 1985. I decided to specialize in insuring risk businesses like bars, health clubs, water parks, and so on. I designed some risk management programs which allowed the insurance companies to actually accept these types of businesses for a change. In 1986, I designed a program for tanning salons, ultimately teaming up with Fireman's Fund to issue policies nationwide. I obtained licenses in some 30 states and then created an office and base of operations in Madison by Hilldale just for this program. Unfortunately, it took Fireman's Fund much longer to obtain approval in all the states. And when I ran into trouble funding the office, I used money from my premium trust account. And while I fully intended to pay it back, my motivation was my success, and that was wrong. In doing so, I violated both the public's trust and the insurance company's trust. Well, that would be the bulk of that, the conviction here, what I did wrong. As far as I pleaded guilty to the charges and completed 6 months jail time. I began my sentence in the Huber Center, completing it under Nancy DiBenedetto's supervision on an early electronic monitoring system. Well, all the while I was working as a foreman for AST, American Systems. I also completed 10 years probation and paid back $25,536.81 in restitution. And I believe you folks have a letter from Judge Faust from 2014 stating that it was paid off. That was in my packet. Next, after my agency collapsed and before I was charged, I worked for Wisconsin and Calumet Railroad as a laborer. I became a foreman and through the next few years took classes at UW-Madison in track and bridge engineering and many others. I get a drink of water, excuse me a second. I've never done this before. Okay, I took courses in bridge engineering and many others. You have copies and most of my completion certificates in the package. I eventually worked my way up to project manager for AST and Volkman Railroad Builders. As project manager, I oversaw $10 to $15 million projects, such as Fort McCoy's rail system, public service 15-mile build in Oklahoma, and the state project, which began in downtown Madison and went to Middleton in '96. Most of these I had 30 plus employees. I've been self-employed since 1997, landscaping and plowing, and I also own the Hubcap Zone. Lastly, reason for seeking the pardon. I'm seeking this pardon because I have lived with this mistake for 34 years and it bothers me on a daily basis. I want to wake up early. I want to wake up every day. Better leave the glasses on. I want to wake up every day and know that I'm a free man in the eyes of my 23-year-old son, courts, and my fellow man, and not a convicted felon. And yes, it bothers me that much, and it has for years. Additionally, I intend to run for the city council in Fond du Lac when I retire here next year. As a plus, my son and I have wanted to take a rail trip through Canada for years. Thank you again, and I'm very grateful for your time and consideration on this. I think I summarized that hopefully as good.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson. Do members of the board have questions? Jerry?
I have a very specific insurance question.
Yes, sir.
If one of these tanning salons had a claim and you had not sent the premium to Fireman's Fund, would Fireman's Fund have covered that claim?
Yes, they would have been on the hook for it, and that was the reason that they wanted me charged with theft by BLE, and rightfully so, because they were on the hook no matter what.
Thanks.
Other questions? All right, thanks, Mr. Wilson. As I've told previous applicants, you'll hear about the outcome of this process in the near future, but thank you for your time and have a good weekend.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have James Swanigan. So James, if you wouldn't mind unmuting your phone. James, can you hear us? Just need you to unmute your phone. All right, we'll try coming back to James. We'll go next then to, let's see, we have Peter Zuzka.
Yes, sir.
Peter, why don't you've seen how this works, so
I have.
now is your opportunity to share your story with us, and we'll have some questions for you. So please proceed.
Thank you. In 1986, on 2 separate occasions, I placed pipe bombs in the mailboxes of 2 fellow high school students and followed that up with threatening phone calls. It's nothing short of a miracle that nobody was hurt or killed because of my actions. I pled guilty and was sentenced to 3 months in the Milwaukee County House of Correction and 3 years probation. I graduated high school while on school release from the House of Correction and graduated from college either while on probation or immediately following my release from probation. In January of 1990, I started what was to become an incredible 27-year career as a newspaper photojournalist. In 2017, along with hundreds, if not thousands of other journalists around the country, with the demise of the newspaper industry, print newspaper industry, I lost my job. After catching my breath for about a month or so, I put the skills that I had to work and started freelancing, and I've been reasonably successful doing that. However, about 2 years ago, I realized I wasn't getting the sense of accomplishment that I felt while a newspaper photographer and serving our readers, and decided to take my career, the second half of my working life, in a completely different direction, and started researching career fields that appealed to me, both for a sense of service and that I was academically and physically qualified to do. The 2 career fields that I identified were that of an emergency services dispatcher, a non-sworn position at law enforcement, and working for the Department of Homeland Security as a TSA screener, both of which career fields I'm currently barred from because I'm a convicted felon. I'm here asking for a pardon so that I can enter the second half of my working life in service, not just chasing a dollar the way I do today. Is there any questions?
Do members of the board have questions? Cindy?
Good morning. When I first read the report about your crime, I envisioned these mailboxes sort of by the street away from the house. But one of them was actually, am I right that one of the mailboxes was closer to the house, maybe on the door or the porch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's the one that caused the damage to the drywall and some other
Yes, ma'am.
damage to the house. Okay. Was the other mailbox on the street?
It was a freestanding mailbox next to the street.
Next to the street. Okay. Okay. And I mean, you were 17 at the time. The follow-up phone calls, what was the thought process in your mind making those phone calls? I mean, these were kids you didn't like.
Yes. I was incredibly immature. I had too much time on my hands. Looking back today as a 53-year-old adult, I was a train wreck of a kid, waiting for disaster. The phone calls were, I refuse to make light of what I did. In the mind of a very immature 17-year-old Peter, it was a prank. That's not what it was. That's the way I viewed it at the time. I pled guilty. I knew what I was doing. I want to make perfectly clear. I knew what I was doing was wrong. And there was restitution ordered. I paid that within 3 months of being on probation. I like to think, I hope, that after being released from my punishment, I've led a very productive life. Whenever I can, I volunteer for the local Crime Stoppers organization in the city I live in, and do some other pro bono work for the local police department, utilizing my talents as a photographer.
Well, I'm sure you're aware, and I note that both the sentencing judge and the district attorney support your application. So,
if I may,
yeah,
I'm glad you brought that up. I'd like to thank DA Chisholm and Justice Gaske. I've read Justice Gaske's letter a couple of times. I get emotional when I read it. Neither one of them had to do what they did, and they did. And it's very humbling to me that they did that.
In addition, the victim supports your pardon, which shows a lot of grace on their part as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Well, thanks, Peter, for meeting with us today and sharing your story. You'll hear from us in the near future, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, and so we will try again with James Swanigan. James, would you mind unmuting yourself?
Hello?
Hi, James. All right, you're with the Pardon Advisory Board now. So as you've heard so far, now is your opportunity to share your story with us, and then we'll have some questions for you. So please proceed.
My name is James Swanigan. I'm 66 years old. My crime that was from 1988, it happened from 1987 to 1988. And my crime was, like I said, theft by transfer, which my ex-wife, she worked at a mortgage company in the insurance department for refunding checks and handing out payments to mortgage people. And she would get people that she know and issue them checks where she would get a portion of the money. Back at that time, we were both addicted to crack cocaine. We had 2 kids. And I ended up divorcing her. And I did 2 months in the House of Correction with work release, whereas part of my probation was to maintain a job, which I worked at my job for 45 years. That's a W.H. Brady company, which I recently retired from in January the 31st of 2020 because of my failing health, because now I'm stage 5 kidney. I'm presently on dialysis. And I just wanted to clear my record up where I could live a normal life without having that hang over my head for a mistake that I made over 30 years ago. And I did volunteer work at the churches in high school because I was a basketball official for WIA for over 30 years. And that's about it.
All right, thanks, James. Do members of the board have questions for him? Judge Kremers? You're muted, Jeff.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Swanigan, I forgot to unmute myself. According to the materials we saw, it looked like you were ordered to pay restitution in the amount of $16,000 or so. Is that your understanding?
Yes, and that's the reason they said they put me on probation for 8 years for restitution. And I paid it back. I satisfied my restitution, and that's when I was released from probation in January 25th of 1988.
Yeah, the problem I have is, according to the court record, it says that you were ordered to pay $52,000 in restitution, joint and several, which means both you and your then wife were responsible for paying it. And if she didn't pay it, you would have to pay it. And it looks from the Department of Corrections records that a total of about $37,000 was paid back. So is there anything you want to say about that? I mean, how much did you yourself pay back? Do you know what your...
I paid everything. I paid it all. She fled the state. She left the state. She didn't pay anything.
So all the restitution that's been paid was paid by you?
It was paid by me.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
Any other questions for James? Oh, Mr. Swangan, thanks for meeting with us today. As I told the previous applicants, you'll hear from us in probably the next few weeks or the next month or so in terms of the outcome of this process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, next up on our agenda, we'll hear from Donald Woolner. So Donald, if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself, Donald.
Hello, everybody. Can I be heard okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity to be here. My name is Donald Woolner, Jr. I'm 43, almost 43 years old. I'll be 43 in May. And in 2007, I was charged with there was a total of 9 counts, but thank you to the district attorney offered me a plea bargain where they took, the 9 counts, they made it 1, 2, 3 on 1, 4, 5, 6 on 2, drop 7, 8, and 9 for felony failure to pay child support. There is no misunderstanding. I made some very, very, very poor decisions in my life, and I accept full responsibility for all of that. Since then, I have completely switched my life around. And the reason that I am here today asking for the pardon is because in 2016, I started schooling at Colorado Technical University. I was going for my bachelor's degree in criminal justice to, in my mind, pay tribute to thank, and also because my dream is to be a police officer. There have been police officers that have helped me so much. And, you know, I want to thank them. I want to be in their shoes. I want to be, you know, I want to try to help everybody else. Again, I did make my mistakes. I'm not denying that. I was very immature, very, you know, very just constantly making mistakes. But, you know, since then I have switched around and I want the best. I just want better.
All right, Cindy?
So it's not clear, how many children do you have that you failed to?
I'm so sorry about that. I have 2.
Okay, and how old? So it looks like from the criminal complaint that from July of 2003 to October of 2007. Correct. So about 4 years, right? You agree with that?
Absolutely.
You didn't pay anything. And how old would the children have been around 2003?
My oldest daughter was born in 1997, and my son was born in 2000.
Okay, so your son would have been so from ages 3 to 7 or so.
3 to right, correct.
And for your daughter, it would have been, she was like 6 to
correct
11 or something. Okay.
Correct.
And why did you stop paying?
Besides the immaturity, I had a lot of anger issues at that time because I had just gone through a divorce. And I had gone through my divorce, and the situation basically one of those where, and it's, she left me for somebody else and ended up taking the kids. And so it was like, you know, I felt at that time, again, very immature. I felt that, you know, you took them from me, you wanted this, why? Why should I help? And again, very immature. And I realized, you know, looking back on it today, being here, seeing all of you, I'm very embarrassed for my actions. So that was then, and then since then, you know, with, oh, I lost track. I am so sorry. It's embarrassment, total embarrassment. I just felt that she took them. Why should I have to pay? It was, you know, I wasn't thinking that it was the children that I was hurting. It wasn't her. It wasn't me. It was the children that I was hurting. And I understand that now. I wish I could have a time machine to go back in time and totally redo this whole situation.
Well, I appreciate that. You know, you talk about being immature. I mean, you were 29. You know, you weren't a 17-year-old.
Correct. Correct.
And I guess, you know, the protracted nature of I mean, it wasn't like you got mad and you didn't send payments for 6 months. I mean, this went on for years.
Correct. And in all honesty, and you know, it's in all honesty, and during that anger, it was, I would get a job, and then, you know, when the courts, or the, excuse me, not the court, the child support would locate my job, I was, you know, nope, I'm done. You know, let them take, you know, like that first payment, or you know what I mean? When they do take, you know, the child support, whatever. And then I would just like, oh, okay, you took it, you know, again, it was a past. I was very stupid. But since then, you know, I have been, as a matter of fact, I have been keeping communications with child support on just about every change. So like just as an example, my wife just got a money deal from her father, which passed away, and child support noticed that, of course. And this is how the situation with child support is now. Okay. But they sent me a message saying that I had whatever amount of dollars in, because we share an account, and said that, you know, they could suspend my bank account, you know, well, our bank account, and that, you know, but due to the fact that, you know, I've been cooperating for the past almost 11 years, that she just wanted me to call the office and, you know, explain to them what was going on. And so, you know, so now it's like, you know, as far as the office, you know, they just keep telling me, just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing. 11 years, I haven't had any issues.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Wollner? Jerry?
Mr. Wollner, what is your relationship with your kids at this point?
That's, and a lot of it is due to my mistakes. I have a worse sentence, a worse something that I have to live with that's more severe than any consequence that child support or the law could give me. My daughter and I are still very close. My son, on the other hand, he was a twin originally. We lost the twin shortly after birth. But my son, due to my actions, ended up changing his name to legally now, you know, through the courts, through the judges, through whatever. He changed his name and took his dead brother's name, and also took his stepfather's last name. That in itself is more punishment than anything.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Wollner? Well, thanks, Donald, for meeting with us today. Like I've said, you'll hear from us in the next few weeks in terms of the outcome of this process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks. All right. Next, we'll hear from Valerie Williams.
We did that.
Oh, no, we had Valerie. You're right. Thanks. Looks like then we have Alexander Jimenez. Looks like you're on the phone. So Alexander, if you wouldn't mind, it's now your opportunity. So please proceed.
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Alexander Jimenez. I'm 38 years old from Beloit, Wisconsin. I'm married. I have 4 kids. A brief summary about my case. On February 26, 2002, I committed a crime that changed my life and followed me for the past 19 years. I was convicted of party to a crime for a burglary on August 19, 2002. I was sentenced to 3 years probation, 60 days in Huber, and to obtain my GED or HSED and pay any restitution fines. I completed my sentence of probation within half the sentence time on good behavior. I earned my GED and paid all my outstanding fines. The reason I feel I deserve a pardon is I've matured since then. I became a father, a stepfather, and husband. I'm doing this for my family, and I'm doing this to wake up every morning and say that I feel proud of myself. I don't want this lingering in my mind, and it has unfortunately caused me not to get certain types of jobs. I've always wanted to be an RN, and there's no chance of me being that with this felony haunting me. That's my story, guys.
Thank you. Do members of the board have questions for him? Judge Kremers?
Good morning, sir. So it looks like from the complaint, it's a little unclear. Is it your position or contention that you just found a purse somewhere and in the purse was a key and that's how you got into this apartment? Is that correct?
No, one of my friends had found the purse. I was at my parents' house that night. He called me, and at that time I used to smoke marijuana. I didn't have no money. My parents didn't have a good job. I never got money from them. So he came to me with breaking into this house and stealing items so then we can sell them and get money. And that's where it all started from. I decided to go. Once I got there, I knew it wasn't right. I had a change of mind and I just left. I didn't even go in there. I just left them there. I knew it wasn't right.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Alexander, for meeting with us today. As you've heard me say repeatedly, we'll let you know about the outcome of this process in the next few weeks, but hope you have a good day.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thanks. All right, so we are quite efficient today, so we're
Don't jinx it.
We're a good 45 minutes ahead of schedule. I think what we'll do now is move into closed session. So we can do deliberations and then have our lunch break, and then we would reconvene in open session at 1 o'clock. And so let me just pull one thing up.
You gotta take us off the live stream.
Yep, I'm just going to need to get my little one thing. Sorry about this. All right, so making a motion to move into closed session pursuant to 19.851A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning a case which is before the board, for purposes of considering specific applications, and for purposes of considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Does anybody second it?
I second it.
Nate seconds it. Anybody in opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. So I am going to be moving Wisconsin Eye into the waiting room. And then all right, welcome everybody. We're going to wait another minute or two and then we'll get started. All right. Oops, one more person. All right, so welcome everybody. My name is Ryan Nelsistu and I'm chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. Thank you for joining with us today. I'm going to go over a few housekeeping items and then we're going to jump right into things. So I'll to start with, if you haven't already, just make sure that you're muted until it's your turn to speak, just so we can preserve audio quality. The muting function, if you're on a PC, it's in the lower left-hand corner. There should be a little microphone icon down there. The second thing is that we are streaming this live on YouTube and also on Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN, so just be cognizant of that. How this is going to work today is that we're going to be proceeding through the list of applicants as they are listed in the public meetings notice. So we have two sessions or two groups this afternoon. We have one from 1 to 2:30 and then one from 2:30 to 4. During the 1 to 2:30 session, we will be starting with Ryan Steffens, then Francis Alsta, then Troy Coleman, so on and so forth, as we go through that list. I'll call you up when it is your turn to speak. The governor's office sent you a couple of questions. Please answer those questions in your own words. In short, we want to know about how you got the felony. We want to know your specific role in it. So please don't gloss over things. We want specifics. We also want to know what happened afterwards in terms of how your sentence went and what you did since then and why you believe you have earned a chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After we get done interviewing each, you'll have about 5 minutes or so to do that. Then we'll ask questions. The board may have some questions for you, and then we'll move on to the next applicant. After we get done hearing from people today, we will be meeting in closed session as a board. If you receive majority support from the board members present, so that would be 4 out of the 6 board members, your application will be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make a decision in his sole discretion whether to grant a pardon. If you do not receive support from 4 members of the board, or if Governor Evers gets your application and rejects it, you'll receive a denial letter from the governor's office on behalf of the Pardon Advisory Board, informing you of the denial, and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon in 18 months from the date of the rejection. This entire process after today, we get a lot of questions about when am I going to receive a determination? Hold tight, you will hear from us. And it usually takes up to about a month or so from today. So we'll take a couple of weeks for this to happen. So please be patient. The longest wait was to get here today to appear before us. So before we go to our first applicant, I'm going to do a quick round of introductions so you know who you're talking to. On our Pardon Advisory Board today, we have Jeff Kremers, a retired judge from Milwaukee County Circuit Court. We have Nate Holton, who is the director of the diversity program, Milwaukee County Transit. We have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is a former state and county prosecutor. We have Cindy O'Donnell, who is formerly with the Wisconsin Department of Justice and now is with the Department of Corrections. And we have Myrna Warrington, who works in vocational rehabilitation and is also a tribal council member. And again, my name is Ryan Elstuen, I'm chair, and then also Governor Evers' chief legal counsel. So with that, we will be going to our first applicant, just making sure that person is on. So Ryan Steffens, are you with us? Oh, is that you, Ryan? Great. Oh, the one other housekeeping item, and I will rename you, or we'll get you there we go, is if you haven't already, just make sure that your name, if you can rename yourself with your full name, and you can do so, there's 3 little dots in the upper right-hand corner of your video. Just make sure it's your actual name so I know who to call. So Ryan, you heard from me. Now the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes or so to be able to share your story with us, and then we'll open it up for questions. So Ryan, please proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hello, my name is Ryan Stevens. And to get a better understanding of what happened with my felony conviction, I owe it to you to give a little background on my life. I'm the 7th of 16 children from New Berlin, Wisconsin. My parents have faced and were convicted of various child neglect and abuse charges. In 1996, I was 17 and working at Denny's restaurant as a waiter. I came home from work one day and my mother was unhappy with the amount of money I brought home from my job, and I ended up being kicked out of my house that day while I was still in high school. My parents went to my high school and attempted to revoke my work permit, but ended up being denied because the principal was well aware of my parents and their history. From the age of 17 until the time of my conviction, I was living with friends, working, and going to high school. On the night of my arrest, I was drinking with friends, and that turned into me making a series of prank phone calls to Denny's. This was not the first prank call I have made, but after that day, it was certainly my last. Throughout the course of those calls, I had falsely claimed that there was a bomb at the restaurant. I was immediately charged with a felony and was assigned a public defender. Richard Johnson, my attorney at the time, said I was surely going to do jail time if I did not make a plea deal. So out of fear of going to jail, I accepted a plea deal. In 2015, I hired an attorney in an attempt to reopen my case, to no avail. My attorney mentioned that the case was surely going to be declined due to the nature of the conviction and the class of the felony. So requesting a pardon was the next best step. Now, in the years since my conviction, I got my bachelor's degree in accounting from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee and my master's degree in taxation from Arizona State University. And I currently live in Phoenix. My daughter was born in 2014. I got my bachelor's degree. My daughter was born in 2014. A week after that, I found out I passed the CPA exam. I'm living in Arizona doing something I love. I focus on small business and individual taxation. Now, the reason for the request of my pardon is I'm planning on taking ownership of my current company over the next 3 years. And although this won't help clear the felony off my record, having the charge pardon when someone is looking for a CPA they can trust will definitely help. I want to reiterate that my preference is to have the case reopened so I don't have to call myself a felon anymore, but in an attempt to move on with my life, I'd be honored to receive a pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Do members of the board have questions for him? Cindy, and then we'll go to Jerry.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Stevens. One of the things we encourage from applicants is to submit letters of support, and you did not. Can you just tell me why you chose not to submit any?
embarrassed more than anything. This is just a dark cloud over my life, and it's just not who I am anymore. So I don't want the people I associate with now and to know this. I'd rather just put it behind me, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry?
I have two questions, Mr. Stevens. I didn't think it was possible to become a CPA with a felony conviction.
So when I applied with the Arizona Board of Accountancy, I let them know that I was charged and convicted of the felony. And then I had letters of recommendation to apply for the CPA exam. And I basically wrote out what I've been doing my whole life and how I help people and how that was not a part of who I am anymore. And so the Board of Accountancy privately reviewed my application and eventually ended up accepting it based off of all the facts.
Okay. And I do have another question about your application. Item 15 says, describe any community service activities or volunteer work you have participated in since the conviction. And the reason we ask that question is because we like to get a sense of how people have sort of given back to make amends for their conviction. And your answer to that question was not applicable. Well, why do you think that question is not applicable in your case?
I don't think that's not applicable. That may have been an oversight more than anything, because I do thrive on giving back and helping. I help many people who can't afford tax support. I assist them. I had one taxpayer who was underwater on their mortgage, had 9 tax liens, and just couldn't afford to pay me what I would normally collect in revenue. And at the time with the tax liens, they were paying 14.9% interest on their mortgage, which I was able to negotiate with the Wisconsin Department of Revenue and get the tax lien lifted and get the amount due from $365,000 down to $45,000. And they were able to lift the tax liens, refinance their home. And that's the type of stuff I have been doing. So putting not applicable, it was an oversight on my part, because I joined the Rotary Club down here, and we constantly are giving back to the community. It's been a little hard with COVID to be able to go out there and do it. So we haven't had much of a chance in the last year and a half, but it definitely is applicable and just an oversight on my part when I submitted the application.
Any other questions for Mr. Stevens? I have one question for you, Mr. Stevens. Can you talk a little bit about, it looks like you weren't convicted for it, but in 2004, June of 2004, in your background check, it shows up that you were arrested for intimidating a witness in New Berlin, Wisconsin. Does that ring any bells? And if so, what were the circumstances?
No, that rings no bells.
Okay.
Background
checks aren't always fully accurate. Sometimes they
Yeah,
capture
that
people's-
rings no bells.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for meeting with us this afternoon, Mr. Stevens. As you heard me say earlier, you'll be hearing from us in about the next month or so, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
All right, thank you.
All right. And so now for next applicant, we'll be hearing from And I apologize if I mispronounce your last name, Francis, but Francis Olsta.
Yep, perfect.
All right.
You can hear me. That's a good thing. Technology and I don't get along. Name
You've
is
seen how
Francis.
this works, so please proceed.
Okay, doke. Name is Francis Olsta. And October 19th of 1994, I did commit battery on Mr. Gabbard. I stepped out of my house because he had come over complaining about something Billy had done again. And we've got a 3-year history of arguing, and basically he bullied me. And I was raised not to strike your elders, you know, to respect them. So one day I just had it. I had had enough. And he used to say a lot of things to me. And one of them was, boy, the only thing stopping you is fear and atmosphere. And I just, that was it. I walked to the garage. I grabbed something to hit him with. I went out there. I was hoping he'd walk home, but he didn't. And I struck him on the head once. And he walked across the street. I took the table leg back to the garage. When I came back, he had a cigarette lit and he was hollering he was going to put me in jail for so long I'll never see daylight. So I went in, called my parents, told them what happened, told them to call my attorney. I was going to jail. And so after that, after my conviction, I had to do 180 days in Rock County Jail. During that time, I was learning how to back up trailers at work because I worked at a cross dock. And when I got out of jail, 8/28 of 95, sometime in the next month or so, I rented a truck from an outfit in Monroe, Wisconsin, went back to Janesville, got a trailer, went to Beloit, took my road test and passed. So I was bettering myself while I was still in jail. Several years afterwards, he reached out to me to make amends. We talked over to his stepson's house. We made amends. Everything was good, and I felt better about it. Then he invited me over to see his trains. We'd play in his trains room, drink coffee and stuff. So he forgave me for it, and I forgive him for everything he was doing to me. And we just it worked out good. So, and I'm just asking that this board and the governor forgive me for doing it as well. You know, he was the bigger man in this. He called me over and wanted to settle it. So, but I guess that's it in a nutshell.
Any questions from the board? Jeff and then Cindy.
Good afternoon, sir. I noticed on your background check, there were some references to a 1990 being charged with endangering safety with a dangerous weapon, disorderly conduct in 91, and then in 2006, disorderly conduct while armed. Now, only one of those were you convicted of in the 2006, but there seem to be a lot of weapons involved here. What can you talk about?
The 1990 one, I have no idea what that is. And I may have had, I did do a lot of disorderly conducts when I was younger, but the 1990, the first one you mentioned, I don't know anything about that.
What about the other two?
The other one was easier just to pay the fine than try to fight it. I don't know why I was charged being armed. There was no reason for that, but it was just easier to pay the fine. So my neighbor called the law, and I don't know if he didn't see something right. I don't know what it was, but so I just paid the fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Cindy?
So you were placed originally on probation for 3 years, and it looks as though your probation was extended twice because of the unpaid restitution.
Yes.
What was going on there?
I just didn't get it paid in time.
Because?
Well, I didn't make a whole lot of money. I had kids to feed and stuff like that, but I eventually did get it paid. I tried getting hold of the Department of Corrections to have them send me something so I could send it to you, but I never heard from them to prove that it was paid.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for meeting with us. As you heard me just say, you'll be hearing the determination of this process in about the next month or so, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, everybody.
All right, next we'll be hearing from Troy Coleman. Troy, are you with us? All right, well, we'll go back to Troy. In that case, we'll hear from Franklin Brown. So Franklin, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. We're having some audio problems, Mr. Brown. Sometimes if you turn off your video, it can clear up the audio problems. All right, can you? All right, well, maybe Mr. Brown, we'll have somebody contact you to work out the audio issue. So we'll come back to Mr. Brown as well. And so next we'll go to Renee Bliss. Renee?
I am here. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can, yep.
Okay.
And if you have we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, one moment. Let me make sure to get that fixed.
All right, there we go.
All right, that's a little bit better. Hi,
Yep.
guys. My name is Renee Bliss, as Ryan had mentioned. Just kind of brief background into not only my offense, but some of the things that led up to it. I was a young mother, new mother, approximately about 2 years of age, single mom. I struggled with obviously financially providing. My job history has been kind of splotchy and sporadic, primarily because what I didn't find out until years later was that I have attention deficit disorder. I am not using that to justify, but it explains some of my struggles and my behaviors that I didn't really know how to handle. I worked at the time at Blaine's Farm and Fleet, the office building, not the store down here in Janesville. And things just, bills kept piling up. My daughter was needing things. It was just becoming a lot of pressure. So I ended up stealing 2 credit cards from my coworker and used them for clothing, gas, different necessities. It wasn't like I took off to Vegas with them, but it was more so I felt like I didn't have any other choice at the time. When I was approached by it from the detective here in Janesville, I did admit to it. With regards to my sentencing, I had a felony forgery and misdemeanor retail theft. They gave me 4 years, 4 years probation and restitution for my felony case, 2 years probation, and I don't know if the restitution was on that case or not, I don't remember, which were to run, I think they call it concurrently. But I ended up paying the restitution off, as well as when my 2-year probation time for my misdemeanor was up in, I think it was 2006, I was released early from probation completely due to me paying my restitution and staying out of trouble. I would have had a letter of recommendation from my probation officer, but he was killed in a motorcycle accident in the past couple of years. So I was not able to reach out to him for any of the verification. However, I was able to get it to from the DOC, and I believe I sent it up there. With regards to since then, obviously, like I said, I have been diagnosed, and one of the letters that I had turned in was from my therapist that I have been seeing now for 5 years. The only reason it has been only 5 years is because before that time we lived in Milwaukee, and I was attending UW Milwaukee, pursuing my bachelor's degree after getting my associates here in Janesville. When I got close to time for internship and graduation, I was informed that because of my felony, I would not qualify for an internship, so I was not able to finish my schooling. Also, since that time of my offense, I have held a real estate license in the state of Wisconsin. Primary reason why that had to expire was, as many people know, with real estate or in the field of sales, you have to have it helps to have some other income coming in until your business takes off. And me being a single mom, it was my only income, and I really struggled. Plus, not having money for the continuing education classes that are part of the requirements every 2 years, I was not able to renew my license. However, I am eligible. I just haven't gotten a chance to do that yet. I have become very active in the community with regards to working with special needs families, as I am one. I have 3 children on the spectrum, as well as other health issues, and I've kind of made it my life's venture to bring awareness to communities, to work with various organizations, including Wisconsin Early Autism Project and Autism Society of Greater Wisconsin. I am in the process of co-hosting autism events this summer in Rock County. So I've done a lot of things working with children and to really bring awareness for families like mine, because I know how hard it is being a special needs family in a community. You kind of feel isolated, and I just did not want that for another family. One of my many reasons for wanting or requesting a pardon is not just the fact that I've had this cloud hanging over my head for 19 years and it is hindering me from graduating, but it is in a lot of ways I've accomplished so much since then, and done so much since then, and grown so much since then, that I would just like to put this behind me. I also have family members, including my son now, who is working towards becoming a licensed hunter. And I would like to be able to rejoin my family when we go on our hunting trips. My uncle is a taxidermist in Eau Claire, so we always take our prize, what we end up getting up there. I don't want to say prized possessions because that sounds a little weird. But there's a lot of reasons that this pardon would really give me a fresh start and kind of release me from that cloud to really be able to do what it is that I've been trying to do. I'm in the process of also applying for I think it's 501c3 for my organization to really become official in the community and really be able to reach more families.
Thanks, Renee. Do members of the board have questions for her? Cindy?
Ms. Bliss, if you noted in your application that you were actually homeless for a few years, can you tell about that experience and how you got yourself out of it? I just really want to recognize your resiliency here. As you said, you've accomplished a lot. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Of course. I'm not proud of it, but there were several times in my life that I've been homeless. One of them was soon after I had my daughter back in 99. But the most recent one, in 2015, my older 2 children and I were living in Milwaukee. And to be honest with you, I was renting from an apartment that I paid cash. Bad idea, big mistake, I get it. But being a single mom, needing to keep a roof over a child, your children's head, I did what I could. What happened is I ended up being in real estate. We are mandated reporters. My basement of our duplex had mold in it. And as I mentioned, I have 2, at the time, I just had 2 special needs kids. I had to report it with the city. At that point, when the city contacted my landlord, he threatened that if I did not sleep with him, he would evict us. There was nothing I could do. I did not have any receipts. I didn't have any paperwork. I didn't have a paper trail. So we went through the court hearing, and the judge told us that if we moved out by a certain date, we would not have an eviction. Well, we end up having an eviction on our record anyway. But we ended up coming down to Janesville. We stayed with some family members for a short period of time, but then ended up back on the street because they couldn't handle my older son's tendencies with having Asperger's and other issues. So really, we were on the street from March of 2017 until August, when we ended up getting in a 1-bedroom apartment for 3 people. At that point, I had my youngest son, who has autism and 3 other rare congenital disorders. He does not speak. He's going to need lifelong care. But it's been a progression of okay, we got into an apartment. I tried working, but then found out my youngest, which is the highest needs, was being abused and neglected at the second daycare. So I've been told that I have to be home full time with him, which is part of the reason why I'm trying to get my 501c3 so that way I can do what I'm doing at home, but do it for other families. I hope that helps.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Bliss? Jerry? You're muted, Jerry.
Ms. Bliss, your daughter is about 20 now?
She just turned 23.
Oh, okay. How is she doing?
Well, she's living on her own, but she needs a lot of assistance. I go over there on a daily basis just to kind of keep it, check on her, make sure that she's, made something to eat, help her with laundry. She's able to function on her own. She just needs some assistance. She's working at I guess there's a factory in Fort Atkinson that deals with cat food. And she thought that since she loves cats, that would be a great connection to cats. But she's doing pretty well considering the fact of everything that, she battles. She's in counseling, and that's another reason why I'm in Janesville, is to be closer to her so I can help her while taking care of my two boys.
Is she in Fort Atkinson or in Janesville?
She lives here in Janesville, but the company that the factory that she works for has like a bus that comes down and picks people up for their shifts, it's like a big van type thing that I take her to.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? Myrna?
Yeah, what kind of degree are you pursuing?
I was originally pursuing my criminal justice degree until I found out that my felony would hinder me from any type of employment. I wasn't looking so much for law enforcement. I actually wanted to get into more like criminology, behind the scenes type work. But because of my felony, I was informed by one of my instructors up in Milwaukee that I wouldn't be hired in anything in the criminal justice field because of that. So it was literally kind of a last minute thing where they told me I would have to either switch my degree or just let it go. But at that point, I also ran out of Pell Grant money. So that kind of made it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, criminal justice was what I was originally going after.
So you said you were going to go back. What was that going to be for?
I would hope to, but because I have to pay out of pocket now, I'm going to have to do kind of a class at a time.
Okay.
Because I ran out of financial aid.
If you get a pardon, that's going to help you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I was told that with the pardon, even though it doesn't completely get rid of the felony, I would qualify for the internship, which is a requirement for the graduation of that program.
Is that a 2-year associate's degree? Is that what?
4-year bachelor's.
Okay.
I have my 2-year associates. I think they call it arts and sciences. It's like all the generals that you usually go for from UW-Rock County.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Well, thanks for meeting with us today, Ms. Bliss. As I said before, you'll be hearing from us in probably the next few weeks to a month in terms of the outcome of this process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks. All right, and we're going to go back to Franklin Brown. I think we got the audio.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I appreciate the patience for working with me on this one. Guess I'll give you a little bit of a clip notes on how my younger years started. I lived in kind of a broken home. I have a paranoid schizophrenic sister who's also bipolar. So I didn't really have a lot of safe places, I guess, growing up. Even at a young age, I had problems with aggression, anger control, even stuff to like petty stuff, which kind of steamrolled out of control, I guess, in my young years. My father was never really part of my life. He was a pedophile, so the things he did to some of my sisters and stuff like that I didn't really get to meet him until I was in my late teen years, 15, 16 years old. So by then I already had an amount of trouble as a juvenile. So the people that I was around wasn't really helping me in any way. I think the original date of my offense or the burglary charge that I asked you pardon for was the same year I graduated high school. And by that time, I had already had a son. So I started off kind of rough. After my conviction, I actually chose about 2 or 3 years later to pick up and leave where I was completely and start over somewhere else. I think that was probably the best decision I made in my life. I met much better people. I had a lot better guidance. I ended up working on a farm. I learned a lot about hard work and integrity working there, that's for sure. Fast forward a couple of years, I had a lot of mechanical background knowledge. I have a knack for making machinery do stuff it's not supposed to do. There was a company out of Boomer, Wisconsin that I ended up taking on. That was almost 10 or 11 years I was employed there. They took me on, let me do ongoing training and stuff like that. I ended up being a supervisor even. I was running a second shift stamping line. I helped them install automotive lines and stuff like that. Thin gauge stamping stuff for like industrial applications or appliances and stuff like that. So they helped me in the long run achieve a lot of financial stability I never had and allowed me to stand up more as a father than I ever had before. Recently, in the last year, actually, I left that company and went to a different company that was about 150 feet from my house. So it takes me a lot of travel time and gave me some other challenges in woodworking instead of steel. So that's been very nice. He's actually one of the letters that got written for him. The one was from the vice president of the company I worked at for 10 years. Been very thankful for him. He's always shot me straight and helped me stay on the straight and narrow. My new boss now is amazing. Don't have to stick to a schedule or anything like that. He lets me work pretty much whatever I want. So there's a lot of freedom there. My son now, who recently turned 18 as of March 29th, was looking at colleges and stuff like that. So he wants to go to school for business. And he asked me the one question that kind of started this whole thing off. He asked me what I wanted to do as a younger person. And I did have an aspiration to be a police officer before I was charged. That kind of got put on hold as I had a family to take care of, and I didn't really pursue the education as hard as I should have, because I didn't think it was going to take me anywhere because of my felony and my criminal past. So now with him taking a lot of this stuff on and going to college and stuff like that, I don't know, I think in my later years I've gotten a lot more integrity driven, and I think it's time for me to pursue something a little more aggressive than I have now. I'm fairly financially stable now. I own my own home. I was even looking at starting my own business in the near future if this does come back as a denial. I guess I don't know what else to add to that, I guess. If there's any questions.
Mr. Brown, do members have any questions?
Mr. Brown, can you hear me all right?
I can hear
you. You talked about everything you've done since, but I'd like to know why you got involved in all these burglaries and thefts. What was going on?
I think a lot of it was the people I chose to surround myself with. Like I said, I had kind of a criminal background even as a juvenile. So some of the friends I had growing up that I still kept closer to me, and I probably shouldn't have. I don't even remember what we took or why we took it. It's been almost 16 years now since that offense. That's why I said before, when I took the initiative to finally get up and leave completely and start over somewhere else, I think that was the best option I had.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Brown. As I told the previous applicants, you'll hear from us in about a month or so, but appreciate your time and have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, looks like we still don't have Troy Coleman. So we will continue then going down our list. So next up would be Jeffrey Ford. So Jeff, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself.
Hello.
Well, the floor is yours, Jeff. So please proceed.
My name is Jeff Ford. In 1996, I committed a burglary and a theft. I couldn't tell you why I did it now. It's different reasons, different times. I ended up going to jail for about a year on it, and then I got out and got into a high-speed chase with a police officer in 97 and got a felony for that. And went back to jail or prison that time. Got out of prison, was put in a halfway house, ended up running from the halfway house, was extradited back to Wisconsin from Montana. Got out again. This time I paroled to Michigan, where my family was living at currently. And we lived there for a while. I got off from parole. We moved back to Wisconsin. Me and my wife had a couple kids. Moved back to Michigan for a year. And we moved out to Wyoming when I was 30. And then I ended up getting cancer. Went to work all the way through that. I ended up working down in the coal mines for a few years and getting cancer again. I ended up turning septic this time. I died. I came back and just everything was in a different light. So we began the process of going through this, trying to get a parliament and just have closure for me and my family, because I'm a different person now. Just stuff from the past I don't look at things the same no more. When I filled out the application, it had on there that you did community service, and at the time I wasn't doing any, but since then I've been volunteering at Connections. I'm really involved with our church. It's just, like I said, I just want to have closure on this. What happened then and the person I am now is two different people, and I don't want that to tie me or my kids down. And do you got any questions?
You mentioned you almost died, or you?
Oh, I died. I had a stem cell transplant, and I ended up getting a staph infection, and I turned septic and died. And they put the paddles on me and brought me back. And that was in Denver, Colorado. And then we ended up moving back to northern Wisconsin because we wanted to be closer to family, because after I had cancer twice, it was we're living way out in Wyoming by ourselves. And
okay. Members of the board have questions for Mr. Ford? Jerry?
Mr. Ford, you said in your application that you're an ordained minister. What's that about?
When I was in jail, I was tired of that lifestyle. I was just tired of being a part of all that. So I became an ordained minister, and then we started going to church and just changed everything. From when I got off from parole, is tried really hard to stay away from that entire lifestyle, just completely changed our entire life. Wanted to be something better for my kids than what I grew up to be, the lifestyle I grew up in.
Was that ordination through correspondence?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember where?
It was the California New Life Church.
Okay. And what's your prognosis now?
Oh, I'm Christian now.
No, I'm sorry. that is certainly an answer. I really meant about your cancer.
Oh no, I'm clear cancer now. I'm still in disability because I got nerve damage from the extra chemo they gave me. And I had kidney failure and a laundry list of other things. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Jeff?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford, on the when you were on probation and you took off and fled from the police, so you were driving, your then fiance was in the car, and
No, my fiance was at home, and I had a couple of my friends with me at the time, and one of the friends that were with me had a warrant, and he didn't want to go back to jail, and I was on probation. So, and I didn't have a driver's license, so it just escalated.
Okay, so how old were the other two friends?
Younger than me, like 17, 16, right? They're a little bit younger than me, not a lot.
Okay.
I think I was only like 18, maybe 19 at the time, 18, right in there.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Ford, and hope things continue to go well with your health. And you'll hear from us in the next few weeks, but have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Great, so next on our agenda, let's see who we have. We will hear from Brian Rossner. Brian, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. The floor is yours, so please proceed.
All right. First of all, I just want to thank you guys for your time, this opportunity. To give you a brief, I guess, what all happened, how this all started. I was with some friends one night and we were bored and we decided to, it was more or less my decision to break into a house and take some items. We took a few items and then left, went to another friend's house, and at that friend's house, we had another idea to let's go back. Well, when we went back, things really escalated and things got, way more things got ended up taken than originally was the plan. The reason for doing all this, immaturity, stupidity. I had a problem with drugs and alcohol when I was younger. I had a brother who was diagnosed with cancer at the age of 10. And for me to cope with it, I felt the need to resort to drugs and alcohol to deal with seeing my younger brother with doing all that hospital stuff that he had to do and all the pain he was dealing with. So for me, drugs and alcohol was my way out. It was easy for me. And I made horrible decisions from that. Since I was convicted, I was sentenced to two concurrent 6-year sentences. I served a year in prison. While I was in prison, I kind of kept to myself, stayed out of trouble. I knew that this was not the lifestyle for me. And when I got out, I was going to change my life around. I was released a year later and put on the bracelet. I was living with my parents at the time. I was working. I did my time on the bracelet and was released from that on good behavior early, and then started my parole. While I was on parole, after about a couple months, I moved to a different city to completely wash away anybody that I associated with in my past. I wanted to start a new life. I didn't want to associate with anybody that I got in trouble with. I just wanted to start my life over. So I moved to another city, did my parole. I was released early from that as well, paid my restitution, did all the stuff that was recommended of me for that. And then from there, I started a business doing construction jobs or remodeling. Not pandemic, but the recession hit where work was getting real tough to find. So I had to go look for a place to work. So I worked a few companies, but then I found the company that I'm at now. And I've been there for almost 14 years. I started as a carpenter, laborer, down at the bottom, and slowly worked my way up to a foreman, superintendent, got promoted to a field operations manager. From there, I did a lot of leadership classes, a lot of mentoring on how to talk to younger people, the way I was brought up in the way things are now, different ways you got to speak with to get across to people. So I did a lot of classes, graduated from Initiative 1 with Fred Johnson. He's a great leadership mentor, taught me a lot of things, helped me open up my eyes to that the past doesn't make me who I am. It's who I am now. So to move on from the past, don't let that define me. So from that, I just kept growing and being a better person. I teach, I coach my kids sports, football, baseball. I talk with younger kids. Obviously, if I see kids that are dealing with some of the stuff that I dealt with when I was younger, I see them going in the bad direction. I kind of try to steer them in the right path. I mean, nobody wants to see the stuff that I had to deal with being incarcerated. It's no life for anybody. But I will tell you, it was an eye opener. And if it wasn't for the system, I don't know where I'd be today. I mean, so the system worked. It changed my life around, and that's where I am today.
Great. Thanks, Brian. Do members of the board have questions for him? Jeff?
Mr. Rosner, good afternoon. The house that you and your colleagues burglarized, that was a family friend of yours?
Yes, it was a neighbor down the road.
So they knew you and you knew them?
Yes.
Because they wrote a pretty amazing victim letter in support of your pardon application. I don't know if you have seen that.
Did not know that, no.
And they made a point of, usually in things like that, it'd just be like the parents writing a letter, but they made a point of indicating that all of their kids who are now adults supported the pardon application as well. So it was, thought you should know that if you didn't know that. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, one other question.
Sure.
You paid a little over $1,000 in restitution. Do you know if the other guys that were involved in this burglary, did they pay restitution as well?
I know they were supposed to. Like I said, I don't associate with anybody from that time in my life, so I couldn't honestly tell you if they did or not. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Rossner. If you heard me say multiple times, you'll hear from us in the next few weeks, but have a good day.
Thank you, you as well.
Thanks. All right, and it looks like we, I think I saw that. Troy Coleman's with us now. So Troy, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, and then the next 5 minutes or so are your opportunity to share your story with us, and then we'll have some questions for you. So,
all right. Thank you. First of all, how's everybody doing? Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I do apologize for the time. I'm in a different time zone than the Midwest. I'm in a Mountain West time zone now, and I totally thought I had this thing ready for a week. So I do apologize for that, and I hope you guys can forgive me for that.
Worked out just fine.
All right, thank you. Well, my crime was burglary as a class 4 class 4 felony. Some friends and myself, some college teammates, actually, not friends, but college teammates, we broke into a clothing store, the sporting goods store, basically. We took a bunch of warm-up suits, high-end warm-up suits, and we tried to sell them on the streets for retail, but we never got the chance to sell them because I left my fingerprints on the glass. The guys were supposed to take the glass. I don't remember every single detail of this crime because it's 30 years old, but I know they're supposed to take the glass when they left the scene. They didn't take the glass. They one of the guys, I guess, set off the alarm, and everybody took off running. Of course, trying to get away. And of course, I was the only one to get caught because of my fingerprint. I didn't roll on the guys. I didn't tell on the guys. I didn't feel like, I felt like, well, since we all did the crime, they didn't force me to do it. So I felt like, there was no need for me to just man up and just take the charge. And I did that. I ended up getting 4 years probation with a 4-year stay sentence. First time felony conviction. First time I ever did a crime like that of that nature. I believe that's why we got caught. Just my faith in God. I believe that's why he took me to this route so I can changed my life. And that actually did change my life as far as committing crimes. I grew up in a very, very, man, I don't even know how to describe it, but 4 years old, to give you an example, my older brother was 4 years old at the time. My older brother was 10, and my mother, every time he went to the store, my mom made him take me to the store with him. We have a family of 9 of us, 9 siblings all together. He's putting stuff in my pocket at that age. So, you grow up thinking that this stuff is okay. I'm not making excuses for nothing I did because I take full responsibility, but I literally have to teach myself how to be a man. I have to wean myself off of the things that I grew up seeing in my environment. I grew up in the projects of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Westline projects, and we had like I said, all I saw was killings, murders, prostitution, pimping, you name it. I saw it, and I don't think no young person should have to see nothing like that. So I grew up thinking this was the way of life, and so it's a matter that it's just only by the grace of God that I'm not in prison or dead, because that's where most of my friends I grew up with, that's where they are. And it's unfortunate that I had to see that, but God saw something in me, and He saved my life through basketball. I was a top 100 basketball player coming out of the state of Wisconsin in 1988. I was in this magazine called Street Smith Magazine. They did a big story on me in the Milwaukee Journal-Signal. And that turned my life around. But I tell people all the time that being addicted to crime is just like being addicted to any kind of drug. I had to literally wean myself off of that stuff. It wasn't until I got to college and I started hanging around different people with different mindsets. One of my teammates, I was on a full basketball scholarship, and I literally just got a $2,700 check for when you get final trade, you get to keep your money if you're on a scholarship. I got that money and we went into a store, me and my teammates and I stole a Snickers candy bar. And he's like, man, Troy, his name is Carlos Campbell. I never forget him. He's one of my favorite people. We talked today. He don't know he turned my life around. He does now, but at the time he didn't know it. He said, man, what are you doing? We just got a $2,700 check and you're still in a 75-cent candy bar. What is wrong with you, Troy? He's from Panama City, Panama. And we took it as a joke and everybody laughed, but he don't know how much he touched my heart with that. And he really did, because from that point on, I never stole anything else again in my life. And again, it was a struggle because you go in stores and this is what you're used to doing. Used to taking things, and this is what it's always on your mind. But now, of course, I mean, what I have accomplished in these years, in these 30 years, that's something I've never even think about anymore. So it's definitely something that I had to overcome, but I overcame it. I've accomplished, I ended up getting my bachelor's degree. I had a chance to play professional basketball. I had a $75,000 contract to play overseas as a sophomore in college. I mean, I was really good, but I refused to leave because I had a son at the age of 20. And there was no way I was gonna leave my son because I didn't know my dad. And I believe that's I know that's for a fact, that's most of the reason I did some stuff I did. I was never a bad person. I always had a good heart, always took care of people, always treated people, the way I want to be treated. So I've never was a person like that, never was a violent person, anything like that, of that nature. So being in that situation, I think it allowed me to be around people with different type of mindsets, and they thought differently, and it allowed me to start thinking differently. So again, I've accomplished a bachelor's degree with a 2.9 GPA, graduated from University of Wisconsin Whitewater, and then I went on to get my master's degree. I actually ended up getting 2, and I graduated both of those, and I think I sent all that stuff to you guys, my transcripts and everything. I got a 3.9 and a 3.82 in my master's programs. The reason I'm asking for this pardon today is because this is hindering my career, my professional career. I'm like, I reached a ceiling, and every time I get to a point where I can go further with my career, I'm being held because of this burglary, which again, I blame nobody but myself. And I take full responsibility, and I really do regret it. It's one crime regret. So this is one of the reasons why I went back to go to touch a little bit on question number 3, what have I done since then? I've done volunteer work, and I don't know if you guys got those letters, but I did volunteer work with the Boys and Girls Club. I did that for 10 years, I believe. And I know I did volunteer work for the Silver Street Neighborhood Center for 8 years. Those are communities I grew up in, and I just wanted to get back. And that's why I wanted to become a college basketball coach, because no one is there to tell you that if you commit these crimes, that it's going to affect you for the rest of your life. And no one really told me that. And I'm not saying that that's an excuse, because it's really not an excuse. I wish I knew better at the time, but obviously I didn't. And it's really affected me in my life. And as you can see, that's why I'm in front of you guys right now today. And it just I felt the need to go back to the community and give that back. And I've done that. And I think I've done my part. And I really think I've paid my debt to society. I look at you as a really humble man who really deserves an opportunity to better his life through the career I've chosen. I'm a certified athletic director who can't get an athletic director's job because every time it comes up, guess what happens? This crime comes up. I've talked to several athletic directors, University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee athletic director. She's a friend of mine now. She told me, she said, Troy, if I didn't know you, I wouldn't hire you. And she said, I said, why? Because it's illegal not to hire somebody with a criminal record, obviously. She said, no, it's not that, Troy. She said, it's other candidates who don't have that baggage. And why would, if I didn't know you, why would I hire you? And that's really the gist of this. Every job I've obtained, I was an assistant principal, principal at a charter school. All these jobs I've obtained is because I knew someone. And then when they know me, they know I'm not that person. Most people can't even believe, the things that I did that crime. Most people can't believe because they knew when they get to know me, they're like, wow, this is a great guy. Don't get in trouble. Every job I've been on, I've been promoted some kind of way. I started out as a teacher in Milwaukee Public Schools. I taught there for 10 years as a special education teacher. Again, my way of giving back. I chose that profession for this reason alone, to try to help young people not go through the same path I went through. Because it's tough out there for young people, and I totally understand that. So I chose this. That's why I chose the profession to work with people, and it really has I love what I do. I mean, I love it. And I'm really good at what I do, and I just want that opportunity to prove that I can be a great college basketball coach and an athletic director, and that's why I'm here for this right now today.
Great, thanks, Mr. Coleman. Do members of the board have questions for Mr. Coleman? Cindy? And then we'll go to Jerry.
And Mr. Coleman, are you currently coaching basketball right now?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Cindy, by the way? I'm a coach. I'm an assistant men's basketball coach at New Mexico Military Institute. One of the players I recruited, he just got nominated to the first team all-conference, and he's going to be first team All-American most likely. One of the kids out of the inner cities of Chicago. So I work very deeply with inner city of Chicago, Milwaukee, because I have family in Chicago. So I work intensely with those two communities, and I've saved over I'm gonna say saved, but I believe I saved over 200 kids. And when I say that because I got them off the streets and got them into college on a college basketball scholarship or some type of academic scholarship. When they didn't think they could do it, I put that belief in those kids because I do not want anyone to go through what I went through.
Yeah, I was really struck by some of the letters of support you had, that you seem to have a very good eye for basketball talent as well.
Yes.
So it's something that you've directed that way. But thank you.
Jerry?
Did you use the alias Deshaun Boyd at one point?
Just the thing about getting in trouble. When you get in trouble, no one believes you. So, and I understand, once you're a criminal, they face you as a criminal. What happened in that situation was the police officer I was talking to, and I remember it because I'm trying right now, going through Waukesha trying to get this stuff. They said I spent 6 months in jail. I've never spent any time in Waukesha jail. They got me down for some time that I spent there under that name, Deshaun Boyd, and I never spent a day in Waukesha County Jail. I went up there, it took my fingerprints and everything. They have no record at all of me being in the jail. But because of this crime, this is what no one tends to believe in. I didn't actually use the name Deshaun Boyd, but I told the guy asked my father's name. His name is Deshaun Boyd. So he asked my father's name, and he said that I said it was my name. And of course, I'm not going to argue with the guy. He said I did it. I think the guy was just, I don't know, he might have been having a bad day. I just really don't know to this day why he did that. But no, I didn't actually come out and say my name was Deshaun Boyd. But I'm now to commit the crime. Yeah, we did. The guys on they did commit the crime, but that I did not do.
I thought the Deshaun Boyd incident was in Whitewater.
Yeah, it was in Whitewater.
Okay.
Yeah, see, they transferred my probation up to Whitewater, Wisconsin. Okay, so the guys I was with, not that crime, not the burglary crime, but there was a retail theft that took place. Now, I didn't get charged with retail theft. He charged me with the obstruction of justice, saying I told him my name was Deshaun Boyd. The probation officer I had, even James Wood at the time, he even scrapped it because he knew I just wouldn't do that because it didn't make sense for me to do it. I didn't commit a crime. I didn't get charged with a crime, so it didn't make sense. But he wanted to take all of us. And when he found out I had a criminal record, I believe that weighed on his decision. That's just my belief. I'm not certain. I mean, we know, you guys are, you all in the society. I'm not saying that everybody out here is a racist. I'm not saying that, but I'm just telling you some of that stuff weighed heavily in Whitewater, Wisconsin.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks for meeting with us and sharing your story with us, Mr. Coleman. As I said before, you'll hear from us in the next few weeks about the outcome of this process, but hope you have a good day and a good weekend.
All right, guys, thank you for taking your time to listen to me, and I appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. Then we will next hear from, I think we have Corey Summerfield. If you just want to unmute yourself, Corey. There we go.
Better?
That's much better. All right. So
Sorry,
you know how this
I've
works.
never-
So please proceed.
Never done this before.
So please proceed. Now is your opportunity to answer those questions that we sent you. Basically just sharing how you ended up with felony conviction and specifics, and then what you've done afterwards and why you believe you've earned a chance for a pardon.
Back in my half a life ago, I was a partier and I was coming home from Whitewater to my apartment in Oregon. I was selling weed at the time. I had a scale and some cash and baggies on me on my drive home. Realized I should not be driving home. It was in the colder part of the winter, so I pulled over and basically fell asleep in my car with it running. The gas station across the street called the cops, and I proceeded to get arrested. I spent the night in jail there, did 14 days, 2 weeks or so in Huber, had 4 years of probation. Since then, I've cleaned up my act. I've turned my life around way better. Let's see here. I guess since everything happened, I was in the diesel industry and I moved up through the ranks. Found out, or just kind of got sick of it after such a long time, and I wasn't really gaining anything or going anywhere. My dad had started his own handyman business back in '99. We decided to become partners, and we do that full time now. We have a big customer list, and excuse me, I have a carabiner keys that's the size of almost a 32-ounce drinking cup, with how many places that I can get into. People that trust us, I have keys to customers' personal houses, because if I'm not there and I need something, you can just go take care of it. I feel I had a DUI back 15 years ago. And ever since then, I haven't even had a parking ticket. I'm just looking for the opportunity, because my dad's looking at retiring, to, once I either take over our company or if I go out on my own, to not have that on my record. I feel that I've changed my life. I bought a house and tried to turn everything around. I feel that, people say, would you take it back? I say no, because it changed my life for the better. Do I wish I wasn't a felon? I didn't have that. Yes, that's the only thing I would change, per se. I wouldn't take, I did what I did. I feel that have been serving the community well. I go to the local grocery store in Verona, and I see customers, and I know 3/4 of the work staff, and it's high Corey, and you know, we're very positive in our community. We try to, you know, we give to the local FFA and stuff like that. And I guess I just would like the opportunity moving forward to not have that be a part of the business with issues with certain websites and stuff that come up. They kind of frown upon it with the felony. So, you know, moving forward, if I either take over the company and my name's on everything, it can be a little different versus my dad's name being on everything. So I'm just trying to move my life forward, you know, once it gets to that point.
Great, thanks, Mr. Summerfield. Do members of the board have questions for Corey? Jeff? You're muted, Jeff.
You got it. Thank you. Mr. Summerfield, you may have answered this in a statement you just made, but it looks like you had a probation violation on March 18th, 2007. Doesn't look like you were revoked, but what was that about?
I believe that would have been the DUI.
That's what I assumed, because it sort of fit with the time frame that you talked about, but I just wanted to confirm that.
It happened on the Sunday. She put me in Dane County jail till the next Sunday. And sitting there that whole week, thank God I didn't lose my job. You know, that double kicked in the emphasis, you know, really kicked it in since then. Like I said, I haven't even had a parking ticket since then. To put it bluntly, I got sick of paying the state.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Jerry?
Mr. Summerfield, you said something interesting in your application that people with felonies can't post on marketing websites. Is that thing like Angie's List or Home Advisor? What
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
I can't, my name is on the business, Angie's List and Home Advisor. I'm not sure about the other ones, but they do background checks. So that throws up a big red flag. Like I said, the company's still underneath my dad's name, so it's not an issue because he's majority owner. I don't have to put my name on there. But moving forward, if I take over more, if I become the majority owner, they frown upon felons advertising and being the sponsor on those websites.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Summerfield. You'll hear from us in a few weeks in terms of the outcome of this process, but appreciate your time and sharing your story with us.
Yes, thank you, all of you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
All right, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. So if folks don't have any concerns, I mean, we could either take a short break or we could move ahead with some of the people who are waiting for the next session. Any preference from the board?
I'm ready. Keep going.
Okay. All right, well, we will do that then. Let me just. All right, and then Mr. Summerfield, feel free to, you don't need to hang on around if you don't.
Okay, I was going to ask. I just wanted to. All right, thank you. Have a good weekend, sir.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, so what we'll do then is I'll just do my best to see who is, we'll continue just going down the list in terms of who is listed on the public meetings notice. And I'll do my best to spot who we have here. So it's like we don't have. Well, looks like we do have Frank Lindgren, so Frank, welcome. So I'll give you just kind of a brief overview. So you have about 5 or 10 minutes to explain your story to us, and then the board will have some questions for you. And so the Office of the Governor sent you some questions. We'd just like you to briefly answer those, and then we'll move to some questions. And then after we get done today, the board will be making recommendations on who should move on for further consideration to the governor or who should be denied. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you. What am I?
Oh, so this is your opportunity to just share your story with us. And
okay. You ready? Okay. Yeah, I was convicted of selling drugs back in 1990. I just got caught up with the wrong crowd, and basically that's all I got on that end of the deal.
Just could you provide a little bit more detail in terms of, how long were you dealing? How did you end up getting arrested? And then what happened afterwards? What's happened between the time you completed your sentence and today, and why you think you should be pardoned?
Oh, okay. Well, I sold cocaine to the undercover police officers and got sentenced to 3 years in prison. Did my time there, got out, did all the programs when I was in there, and I got out, finished my parole, paid the restitution, this and that. And now 30 years later, while I started working for this company here, I tried to get into the Fort McCoy project for the company I work for, and I was denied. So we began the process of this pardon, which would hopefully allow me to get into some of these good jobs that we do, such as, we just finished the CCB building up in Madison as far as the work project and stuff like that. And I would just like to further my work ability with this company.
Do members of the board have questions for him? Jeff?
Good afternoon, sir. So why were you dealing drugs?
I was basically, like I said, caught up in the wrong crowd. I was doing drugs and this and that. And I started doing it and realizing that I could sell it, make some money, and to get drugs for free. It's pretty straight to the point.
How long were you selling drugs?
Oh, it went on a couple of years, about 3 years probably. They were actually investigating me for over a year and stuff, and then they ended up taking me and throwing me in jail, which was probably a blessing.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Jerry?
Who were you selling to?
As far as the police officers?
Well, no, who were your
friends,
clients?
People that I thought were friends, and stuff like that. This was 30 years ago. I was young.
Where was all this happening?
Around the Lodi area, just north of Madison.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for meeting with us this afternoon, Mr. Lindgren. As I've told other applicants, you'll be hearing a determination from us in the next few weeks on whether, if you receive majority support from the board, your application will move on to Governor Evers. If it doesn't receive majority support, or if Governor Evers rejects your application, you'll receive a denial letter from the board, and you'll be able to reapply in 18 months. So you'll hear one way or the other, though, probably within the next month or so. But appreciate your time and have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks. All right, so next. All right, looks like we just have a couple people. So I think I might just go through my normal spiel board, just so I don't have to repeat it, just with the people we have, and then we'll just go through the remaining applicants we have right now. So for those of you who haven't heard, so my name is Ryan Nelson. I'm chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. We have with us other members of the board today, Jeff Kremers, Nate Holton, Jerry Hancock, Cindy O'Donnell, and Myrna Warrington. When it is your turn, when I call you up, that's your opportunity to share your story with us. You'll have about 5 or 6 minutes in order to share your story. and then we'll open it up for questions. And so when is your opportunity to speak, we want to hear specifics from you. We want to hear about why you committed your crime. And we want to hear about your conviction and then what happened afterwards and why you believe you deserve to be pardoned by Governor Evers. After we get done hearing from people today, we're going to be meeting in closed session. And during that time, the board will deliberate and make a decision. If you receive majority support from the board, your application will go to Governor Evers. If you do not receive majority support, your application will be denied and you can reapply in 18 months. If Governor Evers receives your application and he grants the pardon, you'll find out about that in about a month, same as you would in about a month if you get denied. If Governor Evers rejects your application, you'll receive a denial letter at that time. And again, you'll be able to reapply in 18 months. And we're running a little bit fast here today, which is usually a good sign. And so what I'm going to do is I'll do my best to call people in the order that they're on the public meeting notice. And so I'll do my best. And so the next person we do have up is Montez Cheeks. And Montez, I see that you're unmuted, so that's perfect. Everyone else, if you could just remain muted until it's your turn to speak, that would be perfect. And so with that, Mr. Cheeks, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now's your opportunity. So please proceed with explaining in terms of your conviction, how it occurred and what's happened since then. So please proceed.
At the time, for the felony battery, I was 16 years old. I was hanging with a group of guys that were older than me in their 20s. And at the time, I felt I had to prove something to them to be like them, maybe. I think what they was doing was cool, and it caught my eye. And therefore, I had committed a battery case against someone that I knew, but it was their friend that I knew. And I had a little small baseball bat. And I hit him in the head a few times with it. And he went to the hospital, and they called the police on me, and I got the conviction for that. Also have a firearm case I caught in 2003. I was 19. I was living in a rough neighborhood, and I felt I had to protect myself from anything that could happen to me that could hurt me. And I made a bad decision on carrying that firearm because I know I shouldn't have had it. But I was young, and I didn't realize everything I could lose by doing that at the time. And by me doing that, I lost freedom. I lost time with my family. I lost my right to vote for a long time. And I also lost out on jobs that I had that I got fired from for my felony conviction. So I lost out on a lot, but I'm working on trying to get it back at the moment still, daily.
Do members of the board have questions for Mr. Cheeks? Cindy?
Mr. Cheeks, what is it that you think turned you around?
The turnaround was going to prison, and me just losing time away from everything that means something to me, and what I couldn't accomplish while I was in prison. By me receiving the pardon, it will put me on a better path to further myself and to also show my children, make a mistake, you do have a second chance.
It looks like, you know, the baseball bat, the substantial battery, you were 16, and then the possession of the firearm, you were 19. And then 2 years later, you have that misdemeanor DC for blowing smoke in the officer's face, right?
Yes, I was in the back seat of a top Mustang, and the smoke came out of the back seat, and yeah.
So, and now you're like 21, and then 25, you were fined for operating a motor vehicle without a license. Have you had any other criminal context since you were 25? You're now what, 36, the last 10 or so years?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Cheeks. You'll hear from us in about a month or so, one way or the other, in terms of the outcome of this process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend. All right, and then,
Okay, thank you for seeing me.
thank you. All right, let's see, who else do we have?
Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
I think we have everybody, Ryan.
Okay. So we will next go to Jonathan Jensen. So Jonathan, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning on your camera. There you go.
Okay.
All right, well, you've seen how this works. So the next 5 minutes or so are yours to share your story with us, and then we'll have some questions.
Okay. Well, thanks for hearing me at first. And so it's pretty much, I was out at a bar. I was drinking. I had a motorcycle. I saw a girl that I knew from high school, and then tried to impress her, take her for a ride and everything else. And got a little out of control with my speeding, got in an accident, hit a car and everything else, and she got badly hurt and everything. So that's how that happened. And then so that's how that accident happened.
And what's happened since then? So you got in the accident. So
yeah.
in terms of what happened
So,
with the conviction and your
yeah.
life ever since that came.
Okay. I got a year in jail for that. I got 5 years probation. After that, I went off and, I went off and got contact with her afterwards and after probation and everything. And, now she's my wife. We've been married for 3 years now and everything else. And then that's pretty much it. I mean, trying to find jobs and everything else, but it's not that easy, with the felony on there. A lot of jobs just denied me and everything else. So that's pretty much it.
Members of the board have questions for Mr. Jensen? Jeff?
Yeah, Mr. Jensen, and I'm only bringing this up because it's on your application that while you're seeking a pardon to pursue better career opportunities, so you're able to spend more time at home with your ill son, is that a chronic, and I'm not trying to pry into your son's condition, but is that a chronic condition that he has, or one that's, temporary as it were, or what can you tell us without disclosing too much?
It's so he has Ewing sarcoma, bone cancer. He had one. He was about 12 years old, and then now it just came back again. But he just finished his last couple of rounds a few months ago. It moved to his lungs and everything else. So
how old is he?
He's 16 now.
It's a lot to deal with.
Yeah. So when I was at Merchants, I was always traveling and everything else. Now I'm at FedEx, but the shifts are crazy and hard to do that. But to try to spend more time with him and everything else and help him with his doctor's appointments. But right now there isn't any, so that's a plus.
And also, it says in 2004 there was a child support action. Yeah. So is that your son, or is that a different?
Yes. No.
Oh, okay. No. Thank you.
Yep.
Jerry?
Okay. Mr. Jensen, your wife wrote a pretty amazing letter about how her opinion of you changed over time. Can you tell us your version of that story?
So she was after the accident, you know, it was my fault and everything else, but she had a lot of hatred towards me at first and everything else. You know, why her, you know, why did it happen to her? Why did I do this? You know, kind of thing and everything else. But like I said, after that, we went off and I was, you know, I've always was wondered about her, but during probation and everything else, I wasn't allowed to contact her and everything else. So after probation, I was through friends, you know, I wanted to tell her I was sorry. I wanted to talk to her, you know, make sure she's doing all right and everything else. So that's where that came from. And then, you know, from there we stemmed off to, you know, getting married and everything and being together.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the board? Oh, thanks for being with us. I'm sorry to hear about your son, Mr. Jensen, and hope things go well with him. You'll hear from us in about a month or so, and hope you have a good weekend.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will move to Mr. Klump. So Mr. Klump, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. You've seen how we've done this, so now is your opportunity to share your story with us, and then we'll ask you a couple of questions. So please proceed.
Yes, sir. I've been watching for quite a while. Thank you for having me here today. I want to thank first and foremost my Lord and Savior for this opportunity. I'd like to thank Governor Evers for this opportunity. I'd like to thank every member on this board for your time today to listen to me. I'm a 58-year-old white male disabled Marine Corps veteran. I did this the way I thought I was supposed to do this. I answered all 4 questions. I wrote out my answers. I thought I was going to be given 15 minutes, so I apologize if I'm going to take my full 15 minutes here, but I tried to answer the questions as thoroughly as I possibly could here. So the first question is a summary of my offense, and I know I did write it on my my application, but I'm going to go through it again. And I'm a very transparent, open book. Any questions you have about me, I have no problem answering. First off, I was raised in a physically abusive family by 2 alcoholic parents. I started drinking my dad's beer at around 5 years old, and I started doing drugs at the age of 13 years old. I joined the Marine Corps when I turned 17 years old because I thought I was going to make a better life for myself. After being discharged out of the Marine Corps, I was working in construction, and as I was driving a company truck, the rear axle on the truck snapped, and I flipped over 1.5 times in the truck, having back and shoulder surgery as a result of this accident. So once I had these 2 surgeries, I started a life of pain medication. I was diagnosed as bipolar. My orthopedic surgeon sent me to a psychiatrist because he saw that I was dealing with some trauma from being a Marine, a perfectly physical being, to now having all these limitations in my life of back and shoulder surgery. So he sent me to a psychiatrist, and they diagnosed me as being bipolar. When I seen the Social Security disability psychiatrist, he agreed 100% that I was definitely bipolar and that I should be on disability. So I went through this long history of living my life on disability. And then I married my wife at the time, Cheryl. She was diagnosed with terminal cervical cancer. She has since deceased. She died in January of 2012. At the time, she made arrangements with her niece to sell some of her pain medications because my wife at the time, she was dying of cancer. She was on pain medicine. She was shooting up heroin. She was smoking crack. She was doing weed. I was doing none of them, but she was doing them. And because the woman was dying, I never intervened in her lifestyle, what she was doing. While I knew of it, I never intervened in it at all. She was going to methadone clinics. The woman was dying, so I just basically sat back and observed her dying. So during this arrangement she made with her niece, Brittany, Brittany had her house raided, so she was working with the police, and she was wearing a wire. And while I was in full knowledge of this transaction, I did not agree with this transaction. I drove my wife to meet her, and they made the transaction, and the police arrested both me and my wife. After a few days, being in downtown, I admitted guilt because I thought it was doing the honorable thing, admitting guilt because I knew my wife had cancer. She needed to go out and get her treatment. So then I accepted the responsibility for this. And so she was released at that point. That's the end of question number 1. So now I'm going on to question number 2. How my sentence went. My sentence was a 24 months probation. My car was seized because I drove my car to the deal. They kept the car. I was given fines and a felony conviction. My PO was Linda Steiner. I had a wonderful relationship with Linda Steiner, never missed a date. She came to my house always, constantly, would just show up. I never had an issue with her. She was my probation officer. I was on probation at the time of my wife's death. She was very understanding, very compassionate during my time of need, and she allowed me to have some time to grieve. Since my conviction, I have had absolutely no negative contact with the police officers. I have met my PO numerous times out in public, and she has commented to me that she's very impressed with what I've done with my life because I have not been a repeated offender. She's never seen me again. And I'm a very talkative, open mind, open book person. So I like to share my testimony with people on who I used to be and who I am now. I'm not that person no more. I've done a lot of dumb things in my life and I regret a lot of them, but I'm not that person anymore. But so that's basically the answer to number 2. Number 3 is, what have you done since your sentencing? Well, first and foremost, I took myself off of Social Security disability. I was on Social Security disability since 1995. In 2012, I took myself off of it. No doctor took me off. I took myself off it. I knew I needed to work. I had met a woman at church, and we have since been married now 7.5 years. And I couldn't find a job, though. I have a CPA. I have my bachelor's degree in accounting. I was in the Becker Review course studying for my CPA. And that gentleman is correct over here, Mr. Jerry, when he questioned that person before about his CPA. You cannot have a CPA license with a felony conviction. During the Becker Review course, and we got to the legal part, and they said a felony conviction cannot have a CPA license. It kind of ruined my countenance to study anymore for this test, knowing that I could not become a certified public accountant. But I continued on to the Becker Review course. I took the test and I did not pass the test. But then a wonderful lady, Sandy Connors at the Unemployment Hearing Office, gave me an opportunity to work as a claims specialist. I became one of their most reliable employees, and I ended up working downtown at the Unemployment Hearing Office for roughly 1.5 years in the state building. And then I got other jobs in construction and have since moved on since then. I have taught Bible studies in prisons. I have gone into the prisons in Waukesha, which I am first on my list at my church right now to return back to those prison ministries once this COVID ends. I teach a Bible study every week at the YMCA locally where I go to. I attend church regular, and I'm also a member of Royal Family for Kids. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that, but I know it's an application. We work with abused and neglected foster children. What we do is every child is sexually, physically, mentally abused. We take them to camp. It's a Christian-based camp. Everybody's fingerprinted, background investigation, lots of training. You can't be alone with these children. There's social workers, there's doctors, there's nurses, there's pastors. We take 130 volunteers for a week of camp, and we mentor them, and we take about 80 children right from the Milwaukee city, and we teach them love. We just try to change their life and just show them, just good, that there's a good in this world. And I take a week of vacation to do this camp at the end of June, or I take it unpaid, whichever one my employer allows me to do. I've also, since I've had my after my wife died, I checked myself in a Rogers, and I got off every single medication in the world. Since then, I have not done drugs. I have not smoked. I never smoked anyways. I don't drink alcohol. I don't do anything. I've had 2 major surgeries in that time. I had a meniscus surgery on my knee, and I had a rotator cuff surgery, both performed by the same orthopedic surgeon. Both times the doctor gave me a prescription for oxycodone and says, you're not going to be able to tolerate the pain. The pain will be excruciating. I never filled the prescription because I do not want to return to that old man. I knew if I do 1 pill, I could return back to a lifestyle of doing 1,000. And I need to be a testimony to people and let them know that you can, if you follow the law, if you do what's right, you can have a better life. I mean, a lot of these children we deal with, they're abused, they're beaten, they're neglected, they're very tarnished in life. They don't deserve the life we have, but we have to show them there is a better way. And our whole philosophy in Royal Family is a starfish. I can't save all the starfish on the island, but that one in my hand, I can save that child's life. And that's what we try to do. So once again, when I do return back to prison ministries, I feel that if you guys find the compassion in your heart to expunge my felony, that this would complete my testimony to these young men that are locked up for doing wrong. You can be addicted to drugs. You can be a felony conviction. You can be on a path of destruction, but there is a path that leads, which is straight and narrow, and that leads to life. And that is a good way, following the law, following the rules, doing what is right, and obeying the law. Another reason, obviously, for my felony conviction is the CPA exam. I would love to retake my CPA exam. I also have worked, sorry, I talk fast, I'm a very fast talker. I also have worked as a field service technician. I cannot travel to certain states. I was actually let go of my job after a couple of years. They say it wasn't because of that, but they gave me severance pay and everything. But I can't get in certain countries unless they give me a work visa, and it's a bunch of hassle, and they got to get their attorneys involved. And why would they want to send me with all that problems? They can send somebody who doesn't have a felony conviction. And I also have been praying a lot about going on missions trip to third world countries to help people. And I haven't tried it. So sorry, maybe Mr. Hancock, I think he's a pastor, maybe he could call me, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed in certain countries, but I could be a hindrance in my life. And that's basically it. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Klump, do members of the board have questions for him? Jeff?
I have a question.
Not so much a question as an observation, Mr. Klump. That was a very impressive presentation that you packed into that your period of time. I appreciate everything you've told us about and put yourself through. So thank you.
You're very welcome, sir.
Hey.
So Mr. Klump, the folks that you sold the pills to, what do you think the impact on them was of that?
It was my wife's niece, and I know that she had her house raided, and I believe that she got her sentence reduced. But sir, I have since forgiven her. I have moved on from that. I don't associate with none of them since my wife have died. But I believe, and I heard from people, because I know she had her house raided, and I just believe that she was working with the police to get her sentence reduced. So
was she also selling pills to others?
Yeah, she believes she was a heroin addict. I mean, a heroin dealer. I mean, I didn't associate with her. My wife did a lot because, like I say, I would go to work at the airport every day, and my wife was on the disability. Even though I was still on Social Security disability, I could work part-time and earn a certain amount of money. And my wife did a lot of that while I was at work. And like I said, I didn't associate with her family. They didn't even like me. They didn't like me because I wasn't, I don't know. I don't know why they didn't like me, but they just didn't like me. And so I believe they were out to try to set me up. But I kept telling the wife, don't do it. Don't do it. I don't think you should do this. But, you know, the woman was dying and her mind wasn't thinking straight. She thought, you know, so whatever. And I had full knowledge of it. I don't deny that I was aware of what was going on. I was totally aware of what was going on, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks for sharing your story with us, Mr. Klump. Appreciate it, and hope you have a good day, and you'll hear from us in the next few weeks.
Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you. All right, next we will be going to Curtis Strong. So it looks like you already unmuted yourself, Mr. Strong, so you've seen how this works. So the next, the floor is yours to share your story, and then we'll have some questions for you. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak with you all. At this time, the time that the crime happened, I was a single father of 3 children, 3 little girls, 9, 4, and 2. I made the choice to have drugs be stored in my home. I knew exactly what was going on. I take full responsibility for that. So I wasn't blind to the fact of what was being done. But I was facing eviction. My lights were scheduled to be cut off. My gas was scheduled to be cut off. And I was homeless before with my daughter. I was put out of a girlfriend's house before with my daughter. And we had to find a place to stay. And my mother let us stay in her home in a 1-bedroom. So I was thankful for that. And I just couldn't see us homeless again. So I made that bad choice, and it affected my family tremendously. I was convicted in 2006 Yeah, I was convicted in 2006 of conspiracy with intent to distribute heroin. I was sentenced to a 5-year stage sentence with 5 years probation, 6 years extended supervision, 4 years state prison sentence, as well all the stipulations that came with it. While I was incarcerated at the House of Corrections, I went to AODA clinic, an intensive cognitive interventions program. I did that program. It was a 16-week program. I did that program for 16 weeks and continued on for the rest of my incarceration until I got out November 11th, 2006. So I did 28 weeks of that. While incarcerated, I tried to mentor young men that was in there that was a lot younger than me, to steer them in the right direction, to let them know this is not what needs to be done. Once I got out in November 11th, a couple of months later in January, me and a young lady started Positive Outlet Systems here in Chicago, Illinois, to help at-risk youth in Chicago public schools, where we had a teen cafe where we helped the seniors earn money towards their graduation. We taught them resume writing skills. We had mentors come in and speak with them as well. We gave them a gap between the time that violence happens, for to give them time, somewhere to go. That program ended up folding because we couldn't get a lot of funding. So at the time I went back to coaching. I lost my job in the process when I got back. So I decided to go back to school, and I went to Kennedy King Junior College. I was also a volunteer assistant coach there. And while there and still looking for a job, I ended up getting my degree, associate's degree, graduating with honors. And I got a scholarship to Roosevelt University, a 4-year institution, where I would then graduate there with honors. I would be the first in my family to graduate with a bachelor's degree. It was on the news, on Channel 7 News. It was Yahoo. It's news clippings. It's everything. At that time, while I was at Roosevelt, I still immersed myself in the community. I was part of restorative justice practices, which was implemented in 2 of Chicago's public schools to stop the punitive punishment for students. As opposed to expulsion, we tried to give them the restorative justice principles and practices to teach them there was other ways to handle their anger or whatever else is going on with them, other methods to deal with that. Like I said, then I moved on from there. I got a job at Perspectives Charter Schools as a paraprofessional, which helped those students who battle with their education that has problems with that. And each year I disclosed my criminal record. Each year there I had to fight to try to keep my job. While there, my first year, they said they couldn't hire me back. So what I did is I researched and found everything I needed to find out, and I was awarded a certificate of good conduct by the judge. And that is, it legally relieves me of any bars of employment or license based on your criminal record that might otherwise you face under law or rule of code. It makes your employers immune to negligent hiring you. So they're able to hire you because in the Chicago public school system, they have that's a enumerated offense. And my offense is a enumerated offense where you can't hire me. So what the certificate of good conduct does, it gives me that legal ramification where I can be hired and they're not held liable legally to hire me. So that certificate of good conduct shows that, I had good conduct, everything. While incarcerated, like I said, I never had any violations. While on probation, I never had any violations. My probation officer asked me, requested that I be let off of probation early due to my conduct. I paid all my restitution. I did what I was supposed to do. I was coaching AAU basketball as well as high school basketball. I've been denied license to coach AAU basketball. I was granted a waiver to coach AAU, but I was not granted a waiver by USA Basketball coaching license to get that license, which allows me to coach at NCAA events. I was denied that license based on my conviction. I appealed it, had a hearing. They still denied me based on my conviction. I've been turned down for jobs based on my conviction. It's not that I'm not qualified. They look at my conviction, regardless of how long it's been 15 years, and they still say no. I've been fighting and pushing, trying to make things better. Right now, I have a job. I just been hired 3 weeks ago as a crew supervisor with Heartland Alliance Human Care Services, where I'm a crew supervisor, where we help men 18 and older that either had drug and addiction problems, gangs, just getting out of incarceration. We help them transition into jobs. We have continuum behavior classes, which they call CAD. And then we also have professional development while we try to teach them certain skills to move forward. I've immersed myself in the community to right my wrongs. I can't change the past. I can only try to move forward in the present and help those and prevent those people from making the same mistakes that I did. I know with the mistake that I did had a profound effect on my children alone. It did. While I was incarcerated, I ended up losing custody of all three of my daughters. My mother was trying to do it. It was just too tough for her at her age to try to hold on to them. And I applaud her for it. And, you know, it was tough on her. And I put my children and my mother in that situation by my actions. And I'm trying to give back to the community and move forward. And each time I take a step forward, I'm always pushed 2 steps back based on my conviction. I've also worked with Father and Sons at the University of Michigan. It's a program that they have that works with kids and fathers. Young men have to be 8 to 12 years old for fathers who don't live in a home. So we teach them those skills of how to manage not living in a home with your father, how to teach the father how to communicate with the mother and things of that nature. We give them that. So everything that I've done since I've been convicted and since I've been incarcerated, once in and once out, I've tried to right my wrongs and correct the things that I've done in my life and the bad decisions that I made to better other people's life. Because to be without your children as a single father, and you come back in the relationship that you have with them is not the same. The time that I lost with them in those 13 months changed everything. And I'm still trying to build that relationship that I had with them prior to me going today. And that's been 15 years ago. So it's hard and it's tough. And I know that. And I don't make excuses for what I did. I know what I did was wrong. So I'm just asking you all to grant me the pardon, give me some type of relief to my life back where I can have a fighting chance and continue to be in the fight.
Thanks, Mr. Strong. Do members of the board have questions for him? Cindy?
So, Mr. Strong, are you still doing any coaching?
Yes, I am. Right now, I'm not coaching at Perspectives anymore. I'm at Glenbard East High School. I'm over there with my old high school coach. Once they let me go, he called me and he said, come on over here with me. And so now I'm there and I'm coaching AAU basketball now, too, with a program called M14 Hoops, still giving back. And we have a tournament this weekend in Indianapolis for those young men play. I'm coaching 8th graders.
Are they talented?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, no. It sounds to me, I mean, just reading your application, that's where your passion really still lies. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I want to try to build a program where it helps youth to move forward and get where they need to be. Because basketball is a gateway for a lot of people, and it saves a lot of young men's lives that I found out.
Thank you.
Jerry, did you have a question?
Yeah. Mr. Strong, you had a really strong application, and it's not often we get a link to such a positive TV news story. So thank you for putting that in. Let me ask you a question though, about the certificate of good conduct. I had never seen that idea before, and it seems like such a good idea and a good way to overcome some of the disabilities of a felony conviction. But can you tell me how that works, and did it really help you much?
Yes, it has helped me move forward in the Chicago public schools in some areas because each year they wanted to do background checks. So one year they did a background check, and I had to submit everything almost like I'm doing a pardon right now to them to make sure, even with the certificate of good conduct. And once they seen the certificate of good conduct and the explanation of it, they said I was clear to go because a certificate of good conduct, like it explains, I have it right here. I can read it the way the lawyer sent it to me. A certificate of good conduct provides a form of relief for those past criminal convictions to have a court-ordered finding of rehabilitation to aid in the search of employment. Your certificate is a well-earned affirmation of the fact that you are conducting yourself as a law-abiding citizen. Fully rehabilitated citizen, this letter will serve as an explanation of what the certificate of good conduct means, both legally and particularly. Please feel free to share this letter with explanation with others. Okay, your certificate of good conduct serves 3 major purposes. 1, it legally relieves any bars to employment or license based on your criminal record that you might otherwise face under any law, rule, or code. It makes your employers immune to negligent hiring liability relating to hiring you. 3, it shows that a judge, having reviewed your entire history, has concluded that you are clearly and convincingly fully rehabilitated, a law-abiding citizen. Those most important legal benefit of receiving a certificate of good conduct is that it relieves you of all disabilities and bars to employment. This means that you are no longer barred from receiving any job or license due to your criminal history. This certificate will help you overcome barriers imposed on you due to your criminal history. An additional legal effect of the certificate is that any potential employers are immune from negligent hiring claims based on your criminal record. This means that employers cannot be held liable for having hired you negligently if the claim of negligence is based on your past criminal conviction. The certificate of good conduct also has important symbolic meaning. It is proof that a judge who is familiar with your criminal record and has had a chance to question you about your life is convinced that you are a law-abiding, rehabilitated individual, that you should no longer be barred for employment opportunities. Judges do not issue orders explicitly endorsing a person's conduct like this under any other circumstances. You should be very proud that the dedication you have shown rehabilitating yourself so impressed the judge. Let me know if you have any questions regarding the certificate of good conduct. Again, congratulations on your achievement, this milestone. And it was by Eve Klarman of the staff attorney at Cabrini Green Legal Aid here in Chicago.
Mr. Strong, is that a City of Chicago program, or is that a State of Illinois program?
That is the state of Illinois.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Strong, thanks for sharing your story with us and your very thorough application. Appreciate it. And as you've heard me say a couple of times, you'll hear from us in the not too distant future about the outcome of this process. But appreciate your time and have a good weekend.
Thank you all. And you have a great one too. I appreciate you giving me the time.
Thanks. All right. So next we will be going to Brian O'Neill. It looks like, Brian, you're already unmuted. You've seen how this works now. So this is your opportunity to share your story with us, and then we'll go to some questions. So please proceed.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to thank you guys for your time, and then also just the opportunity to be heard today. First off, I just want to go on record to just say I'm really blown away by all the stories that have been shared today from those that have a felony conviction and what all the good that they've done on the other side of their conviction. My name is Brian O'Neill. I'm 39 years of age. I reside here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, with my wife and 3 children. I own and operate my own landscaping company, and I've been doing so for about 6 years right now. Servicing more so the southeastern side of the state, or the city, excuse me. My offense, in 2006, I was convicted of my first and only offense of eluding an officer. I received a call from a friend at the time explaining that he had gotten into an altercation with his girlfriend's ex. As a result of the altercation, the ex busted out his car window. He asked that I pick him up and go to confront the ex. I did so, and therein was my mistake. Fortunately, the ex did not answer the door. However, my friend turned away from the door and began to walk down the stairs. I turned around, heading back to the car, and then I heard firing of gunshots. The only thing I could think of is, what have I gotten myself into? Fearfully, we left the scene, but someone had called the police already. So the reason I fled was I told myself that I really didn't want to be anywhere close to what was going on. Again, it was not the right thing to do. I don't justify my action by any means. I got caught and was sentenced to 9 months. The sentence was 9 months of Huber. Did allow for work release, thankfully. I remained employed at Aurora Healthcare throughout that time, where I was actually promoted 3 times, moving from customer service to training, and then lastly in IT. There was no issues during the sentence. There's no probation, no reporting, no parole, just straight time served. Since my sentence, I've stayed out of trouble. Most importantly, I've raised a family. I started a business, as I mentioned. I've been in business for about 6 years right now, since leaving Aurora Healthcare in 2016. As a spinoff to my business, I've also launched a non-for-profit where we will offer services to elders that can't do landscaping jobs on their own. We offer the service at either a discounted amount or charge, or free of charge. And that's my explanation. Do you have any questions?
Jeff?
And maybe I missed it. Good afternoon, Mr. O'Neill. Maybe I missed it, but how many people do you employ in your landscaping business?
2, my 2 sons. Sometimes it's a challenge to get them to work, but nonetheless, they've been reliable when I need them.
How old are they?
They are 21 and 14.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Cindy?
Yes, Cindy.
I bet the 14-year-old's more reliable than the 21-year-old, right?
Wow. It's like you're here.
But seriously, a serious question, because this is a serious crime. Fleeing and eluding, as you can appreciate, puts the police officers at risk, puts the community at risk. I mean, I read the criminal complaint. You were traveling at what they estimated to be 100 miles an hour. You went the wrong way down a one-way street. And, you know, it's just really remarkable that someone wasn't hurt in this. Can you speak to your recognition of that today?
Yeah, thank you for bringing those back to my memory. Something that I would like to forget, but nonetheless, you did just kind of explain and help me understand how serious that was. I replayed the incident over for years. Believe me, you, Cindy. I, at the time, again, as I exclaimed, that it was more so reaction of fear. And what I was contemplating at the time is that, you know, I felt like I didn't even do anything, you know, wasn't expecting this. But again, identifying my mistake was I shouldn't have picked him up to go over there in the first place. I should have let him know that he should have just called the police. I was the wrong person to call in order to resolve that matter. But yes, it was very serious. I understand and actually thankful that no one got hurt. And it was a serious crime. I'm happy it's behind me, and I've moved on with my life, as I explained.
Any other questions? Mr. O'Neill, can you explain, looks like on your background check, there was a battery charge back in 2010. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? What was the circumstances surrounding that, both leading up and afterwards?
I can't because I'm unaware of it.
All right. Sometimes they capture a few too many people. Yeah, there's on your DOJ background check, it claims that you were arrested for battery in October of 2010.
I'm unfamiliar with that, as I mentioned.
Okay.
So I can't speak to it. I'm sorry, Ryan.
No, that's fine. Any other questions from the board? Well, thanks for meeting with us, Mr. O'Neill. You'll hear from us in the next few weeks in terms of the outcome of this process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Hey, you as well. Thank you. And to the board, thank you as well.
All right. And then looks like Dominique, you're our last person. So thanks for waiting with us through this. So you've seen how this works. Now's your opportunity to share your story with us. So please proceed.
Just want to start by saying thank you for having me here. Something I've been wanting to do for years. And I'm happy Governor Evers did the right thing and brought the pardon board back after an 8-year hiatus. In short, as far as my crime goes, in 1998, I had just turned 18 years old. And I hung around with kids that were into partying, smoking pot and drinking. We didn't do hard drugs, but smoking pot and drinking. And a friend of mine had asked me to get him an ounce of marijuana. So I drove to a friend's house, picked up the marijuana, and drove over to his house to sell it to what was his friend. When I got there, I saw people I didn't recognize, and the whole thing seemed off. And I knew I shouldn't sell the pot, but I did it anyways. I felt pressured to. And so I sold it, and then, make a long story short, a year later, I got arrested for selling the bag of marijuana to an undercover police officer. It took him a year to arrest me. I've always kind of wondered why. And I think that is because they were looking to get me again. And the fact of the matter was I wasn't a drug dealer. And that's what it turned out to be, was the 1 ounce of marijuana. When I was arrested, they took me in, and they told me if I cooperated and turned in the person that sold me the pot to begin with, that they will let me off the hook. And I refused to do that because I took responsibility for what I had done, and they took me to jail. And when I got to jail, after the first couple hours there, I knew right away that there was no way I was ever going back to jail. And I just couldn't believe that people spent their lives, weeks, days, months, years living like that. So that was the only time I was ever arrested for a crime. After that, I received 60 days in jail, 2 years probation. I did my 60 days with Huber. I had no infractions at all between my time in jail or the subsequent probation. Since then, I'm pretty proud of my last 20 years. I've been employed consistently. I've furthered my education both in the union trades. I was a union sprinkler fitter for many years in Florida and Las Vegas. We all lost our jobs at the crash in 2009. So I went to community college, worked up for 40 credits there with the intent to graduate. At that time, though, my stepfather had cancer, was diagnosed with cancer. So I moved back to Wisconsin to spend some time with my mom and him before he passed. He lasted about 6 months. And after that, I ended up staying in Wisconsin. I took a job at Gold's Gym, which is now Experience Fitness, just as a way to make a little bit of extra money because I wasn't working. And then within a year, the guy that hired me, who's one of my best friends, I became his boss. And I ended up running that gym for 3 years, moved out to Arizona where I opened up my own health club. And we've been here for 5 years next month. Since then, I've pre-COVID, we employed close to 30 people. It's been tough since COVID. I'm about 10 now. But over the last 5 years, I've employed a ton of high school kids, a lot of guys in their early 20s, a lot of men and women in their early 20s. And the best part of my job is helping mentor them and be a role model. I don't have kids of my own, so I really like to be there for them. And the two things I always tell them is the best way to not screw up your life is to stay in school and stay away from drugs. And one of them called me out about a year ago, said, well, Dominic, you never finished school. So I said, yeah, you're right. So I enrolled at ASU and I'm set to graduate from there this fall. After that, I plan to go on to law school next year. I sent over the documentation, my LSAT scheduled for June. That's kind of what I've been doing. As far as my employees go, just kind of give you an example. I had a kid call me that worked for me about 3 years ago last year. He called me out of the blue. I hadn't seen him. And he says, Dominic, I need a resume for ROTC at ASU. He's hoping to do a career in the military. Can you help me do a resume and a cover letter? I said, sure. So he came over and we knocked all that out. Those are the type of calls I get from these guys years later. One thing I wanted to mention is we kind of have a tradition here that on your 18th birthday, when you come in, we wish you happy birthday. We tell you to clock in, and then we send you over to the sales desk at the other end of the gym and have you register to vote. And that's always a big thing for those kids because they walk out and you can tell their chest is puffed up because they feel like an adult. As far as to why I feel like I deserve or should receive a pardon is, the fact of the matter is when I did that crime, it was 1 month past my 18th birthday. I was an immature kid. In 23 years since then, I haven't been in any trouble. And I would eventually like to pursue a career in law and politics. I've been wanting to run for local government forever, but I've always been barred from doing so. And here in Arizona, I'm not allowed to run for local government because I have a felony conviction of marijuana, but yet I can drive down the street and buy an ounce of marijuana perfectly legally if I wanted to. And it's crazy to me. I also applied for the Air Force Reserves about a year and a half ago. When I went to the recruiter, she told me that the marijuana conviction wouldn't be a problem because marijuana is mostly legal. It was 21 years old at the time. Regardless, I was denied. And that's still something I would like to do if I do get this pardon. I sent over the documentation for that as well. And in short, those are the main reasons why I want it. And lastly, my nephews are big into hunting in Wisconsin. I go back every 6 months or so. And I really, really would like to go hunting with my nephews. And I always have to have an excuse as to why I can't go because I don't want them knowing Uncle Dominic has a felony for marijuana. So that's my statement.
Great. Thanks, Dominic. Members of the board have questions? Nate?
Dominic, you studying up for that LSAT?
I am. I subscribe to the 7-stage online program for $80 a month, which has helped tremendously. I wish I would have done that 6 months ago, but it is way harder than I ever thought it was going to be.
Okay. All right. So if A is after C and B is third, no, I'm just playing.
That's the hardest part.
What type of law would you want to practice?
Honestly, I'm not sure yet. Like I said, I want to get into politics. I like to do something politics related. Because of the felony, if I don't get it pardoned, I know it's going to be a hurdle to do anything like that. So at Arizona State University, they offer a dual JD MPA program. So that's what I'm looking at doing, hopefully. I would do a dual program, kind of to, protect myself in case I don't get pardoned, and I'm going to have a difficult time getting a job in law with a felony, I can imagine. So I can go a lot of places with the MBA, especially with the business experience that I have.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Not to be rude, Dominic, but aren't you a little old for the reserves?
No, the cutoff age is 40 years old for the Air Force.
How old are you now?
40.
Okay.
I'll be 41 in November.
But you, Jerry, are too old.
I am, yes. And that ticket has already been punched, so. there you go.
All right. Well, thanks for meeting with us, Dominic. Good luck on the LSAT. It's one of those things you just got to rip off the Band-Aid and do it. So,
Thank you.
like as you've heard me say from previous people, you'll hear from us the next few weeks in terms of the outcome of the process. But appreciate hearing your story and reading through your application, and hope you have a good day and a good weekend.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right. And that concludes our afternoon session. Just gotta pull up my script here again and with that, I think I will be making a motion in order to move into closed session pursuant to WSStat 19.851 AD and F for purposes of deliberations concerning a case before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a second? Jeff, any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. I will be moving Wisconsin into the waiting room.